Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. Welcome, welcome, welcome everyone to this Sunday evening afternoon. Sorry, I'm trying to get my thumbnail smile down at the beginning so I don't have to go searching all over for it. But I can't purposely do a good smile, I feel like. Yeah. Anyway, please let me know. Audio, okay? Visual, okay? I did a live stream on Wednesday featuring Dr. Mark Allen Terry, and my audio was shit. It was shit. It took me like 20 minutes to figure out something. I don't even know what got figured out in the end, but eventually it stopped echoing, sounding very canned or metallic. Okay, I got an audio is fine. So far in the sandbox, we have Rusty, 56 Neckrich, Jet, Philip Blair, and Edgebox. Welcome. Super appreciate you all coming out. I have a lot to go over today. Wait a sec. I'm getting some intergalactic and planetary going on. Is that how I'm sounding right now? Don't. No, audio is good. Okay, I'm getting some mixed messages here. I don't know how I sound. How do I sound? Don't be teasing me because two people have put like planetary intergalactic. Okay, people are just joking. Okay. Just referencing a joke from last time. Gotcha. I gotcha. Nothing that would drive me crazy at all. Audio issues, and it's not like I have tech support, so when something F's up when it comes to streaming and stuff, I'm on my own. Googling it, doing whatever. Anyway, welcome. I have a lot to go over today, and I'm hoping to get it all done today because I'm busy tomorrow evening. And I don't really want to do a live stream on Tuesday because I'm so focused on painting. Because I'm going to be in a couple of vending markets and I need to get the painting done. It's a good thing I started already. But I do have some new paintings to show off. All of the 5x7s I was hoping to get done are done. I have some other painting that I plan on doing. If I get all of that done on time, I might do like a bigger batch of the Canada flag and the intersectional pride flag. Because I'm hoping that those will sell. Hopefully. But yeah, lots and lots to go over. Got some international news, followed by federal news, followed by provincial news. I know, not shocking. That's kind of the order I do them in. But I decided to separate a docket into kind of like environmental news because you know what Mark Carney is doing is going to destroy us. Oh boy. He is making Canada America. Not again, but you know, making Canada America great. I think if you add in the sarcasm at the end, it works. Making Canada America great. Because all the things that he's doing, I'm just feeling like this is the Americanization of Canada. And that's, you know, all of us Canadians, we used to say that the way that you can tell us apart is we're not American. That's a joke, but it's not, What makes you Canadian? I'm not American. But soon, there will be no distinction. Not if things keep on going the way that they are. Uh, yeah, it's, I do have some paintings to show off. Let's see, how are we for people watching? Because I do just kind of want to hammer through all of the news and stuff of the day. But not all of it is bad. There's actually some positive updates, and we're going to be mocking the right-wing march that happened in the UK. And we'll be doing that solely through an Owen Jones video because I could have put together a bazillion clips, but he did it. It's all a nice and one concise video. So we'll use Owen Jones' video and mock them through that because he has all the information together versus me trying to track down all the bazillion clips. So yeah. But yeah, so I don't know. Should we just get into it? Are there any updates that I need to update you guys on? Let's see. No, I'm not seeing. I'm just trying to see if there's anything that I need to chit chat with. I like doing a little bit of a lead in. It's only been 10 minutes, maybe not even because I started late, so it's only been like 5 minutes of me rambling. So yeah. You all are good? I'm having another fairly decent hair day. I think I found the right mix of what I should do with my hair in order to get all of this amazing poofy curl. I think I found the right mix of, because depending on how I dry my hair after a shower really determines what it will look like. Because often I just toss it in a French braid and let it dry, and then I get like a bigger wave if I don't do anything else to it. But then if I wet it again, like I did today, and then use mousse, it gets it all nice and poofy and curly. But if I use just like hair gel, you get the bigger, crispier, crunchy curls that I get obsessively playing with. And if I don't do either and I just kind of brush it out, it's like a very long wave. So yeah, it's a very versatile hairstyle. But it can get a bit, trying to contain it sometimes can be a bit much. And when it doesn't want to cooperate, also gets a bit much. So Rusty, I feel your last guest was questioning your motives for the Jankhead piece. No. Dr. Mark Allenderry, he's all on board with watching a good takedown piece of TYT. But sometimes people just like, are you sure it's going to be worth all the work you're putting into it? And I don't even know. Because I haven't been able to work on it this week because I have a timeline. I need to get these paintings done by a certain time. And so that's taking all of my free time right now. I just clipped something from the Monday show today before I completely forgot to do it and then would have to search through all of them. That I have to add into the montage part 5 at a specific point. I know where I'm adding it in. But it's like I just have one more part to do. I need to get it done. I need to get this done. Oh, but with the the vending markets coming up, priorities. And neither of them might pay off. So, because I could be doing all this painting and stuff, trying to get ready for these vending markets, and then I might not sell anything. The last couple vending markets I went to, I didn't even cover the cost of me being there. But Pride, the Pride Festival, there's like a bazillion people there. And they're there to spend on Pride swag for the most part. So I'm hoping that will do better. But there's no guarantees that I'm even going to cover my costs. And then I'll be left with a whole bunch of Pride paintings that's like, I don't need 12 inclusive flags. I don't need them for myself. So I might end up with a lot of inventory that I can't move. So that's anxiety ridden. And then, working on this TYT essays at this point. year and a half worth of work into it so far, and it might not pay off. Like I might not even get a bump in my numbers. I might lose subscribers. Who knows? Who knows? It's everything I've been doing for the past couple years just feels like big Hail Marys, like, getting my books published and even spending on a cover for one of them and all that sort of stuff. And I haven't sold a book in the last 2 months. So it's, yeah. Such is life. Such is life. So, anyway, why don't we just get into it? Get into the news so you don't have to hear me rambling. And when more people kind of trickle in, maybe after this first docket, I'll show off some of my artwork because I love doing that. It might not sell, but I know it's good and I like showing it off. Okay. So, starting off with some international news. Hopefully this will go to the right screen as I do this. Yes, it's the right screen. Okay, good. So, from one of our most mockable Zionists in Canadian Parliament, Anthony Horsefarter, all upset. He's all upset. Oh, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. Saying the CRA must not be weaponized against any community. Attacks against Jewish schools and Jewish camps is an attack against all of us. You see, but there's something about this that he's not really pointing out, and that is this in the comments here. This person saying the CRA found those entities were violating Canadian charitable laws, most notably funding and promoting a foreign military that is credibly accused of horrific and ongoing war crimes. Why are you advocating for funding and promoting war crimes? And so, yes, the CRA said, no, you can't do this because they're going to lose their charitable status because you're promoting war crimes with this. And so key aspects of the CRA action and law: foreign military funding. Canadian tax law prohibits registered charities from directing resources towards foreign military operations. Audits found that some Jewish charities were funding infrastructure projects on Israeli military bases. And so on and so forth. And so he's crying that the select Jewish schools and camps that have been kind of condemned by the CRA and have lost their charitable status, it's not because they are randomly being attacked and singled out. It's because those particular entities are supporting a genocide. So, no, they should not have a charitable status, but we'll hear him whine about it. Anthony Horsefarter whines. He makes horse butt sounds out of his mouth.
For Mount Royal. Mr. Speaker, I rise today regarding a deeply troubling complaint filed with the Canada Revenue Agency and targeting 11 Jewish schools in Montreal and Toronto. These schools
They weren't targeted. They were found out.
Are essential pillars of Jewish life in Canada. They exist to teach language, history, culture, and identity, just as faith-based schools across this country do.
With a touch of genocide.
For months, there has been a coordinated effort to mischaracterize Jewish schools, to strip them of funding, and to undermine their place in Canadian society. Let me be clear. Attacking Jewish schools or Jewish day camps is a direct attack on Canadian Jewish life. And the CRA must be unequivocal that it will not allow tax laws to be weaponized against any group. Jewish schools in this country have already faced serious threats, including repeated gunfire attacks. All Canadians have a right to be safe and feel safe. This includes Canadian Jews, and this includes Canadian children.
Yeah, everyone should be safe, including Palestinians. He tends to not mention like Palestinians and Muslims. He just tends to whine about this. And again, all of the schools that have lost their charitable status, it's not because they are being singled out. It's not because they're under attack. It's because they're supporting a genocide.
I hope all members of this House will join me in denouncing these attacks on Jewish community institutions.
And as the serfs point out here, any organization that tries to recruit children soldiers into a genocidal army or sells illegal land should not only lose its charitable status, but be investigated for ties to war crimes. I concur. Anthony Horsefarter. That name's going to stick. It's really going to stick. I'm just saying. Grand Theft Autobot came up with it, and I don't think we're ever going to lose it. And I might be in a very professional setting sometime and completely forget, and I'll totally call him Anthony Horsefarter. You know, my first big debut on like mainstream media TV in Canada. And I'll talk about, you know, Zionism and politics, and then I'll mention Anthony Horsefarter on like CBC News and be like, huh, well, I guess the horse is out of the barn, huh? Well, another prominent Canadian figure who turned out to be a raging fucking Zionist. He ran the magazine called Canada Land, which is unfortunate because that's a really snappy title. And a lot of people used to think that that was a fairly good organization for media, a media organization, Canada Land. Until they found out that Jesse Brown was just a raging fucking Zionist, like really over the top, to the point that he's now in cahoots with other genocidal maniacs. So there's this thing happening in Toronto called the World Symposium Against Anti-Zionism. I want to go there, but I want to be in support of anti-Zionism. I don't think I would make it past the gate, and I'm not paying any money to be here. So Jesse Brown is saying, taking a stand against lies, libels, scapegoating, and violence. I'll be there this Sunday at the very first World Symposium Against Anti-Zionism in Toronto, where we need it most. Too bad I couldn't get a ticket.
Hi, I'm Jesse Brown. And
okay, that's all we need to hear from him. Yeah. There's a difference between being anti-Semitic and being anti-Zionist. And Zionism is not the same as being Jewish. And we know that on this channel. Because a lot of the Zionists, especially in the States, I'm pretty sure I've heard it's more are Christian fundamentalists. Because, you know, they want the world to end. They need certain things to happen, certain people to be in certain buildings and certain worshipers, because that will trigger like an Armageddon type thing, an apocalypse. That's it. Because of a book that was written a couple thousand years ago and translated through multiple languages dozens of times. Yeah. When it comes to institutional religions, I mock them all. It's fine if you want to believe in a God and all of that, but sometimes reality it doesn't line up with what they're thinking. And so a lot of the people that are in support of Zionism are in support of the world ending. But do you know what? We're going to get there through climate change. Nothing to do with a certain piece of land. It has to do with all of the land. That's such a downer tone. You gotta laugh. But yeah, so it would be good to just maybe know a little bit more about who this Jesse Brown is, and the editor and publisher of Canada Land. They lost a lot of members after he came out as a raging Zionist and all that sort of stuff. People were really disappointed in him. I didn't know him well enough to know one way or the other, but I can say that he is a raging shitball. He is a shitball tumbling down a shit mountain, getting bigger as it goes down, like a snowball going down a snowy mountain, and how it gets bigger and bigger. That's what Jesse Brown is. And so here is the poster for it. There's the Ben Shapiro right there. World Symposium Against Anti-Zionism. And it has all of these very notable names. And right here, that's the Jesse Brown right there. Right there. You see him? He's right there. Let's see. I don't know who a lot of these people are, thankfully. Chances are I don't really want to know who a lot of them are. Oh, Eve Fartlow. So we have Anthony Horsefarter and Eve Fartlow. And then Jesse Brownpants. I think their names are all full of shit if we work really hard on it. Well, you see, again, this is the special keynote, is Ben Shapiro. Well, it wasn't that long ago. Jesse Brown had some thoughts about Ben Shapiro that you would think if you said these thoughts out loud that you wouldn't want to be sharing a stage with him. Somehow this hasn't been taken down or deleted yet, even though it's been pointed out to him multiple times. But this is from 2018. Granted, it's a long time ago, but it's been brought back up. And here's Jesse Brown tweeting out, "Hello, Ben Shapiro. I'm the reporter for a far-left publication in Toronto." Not far left enough. Who you call out on your podcast today at 28:15 for holding you responsible for your role in inciting the Quebec mosque shooting. Guess what? Your words have consequences. You say, hey, Bazonet watched a lot of people's Twitter's accounts, so what if he liked a bunch of your tweets? In fact, you were his fave. He liked you, blah, blah, blah. And so, yeah, he's basically calling out Ben Shapiro for his influence in a mass murderer here in Canada. But now he's sharing a stage because they've come together with the goal of wanting to commit genocide. Yeah, it's amazing what people bond over these days. It just warms the heart. Kind of like in a hellfire type of way, but you know. But not all Canadians here are bad. Like I showed you Anthony Horsefarter and I showed you Jesse Brownpants. But we do have a good Canadian politician here who might featured on this channel plenty of times. And that is, I should probably learn actually how to pronounce his name. Yingpeng Wu, I think it is. But he's a senator, and he says, a year after Canada, the UK and France warned Israel to improve humanitarian access in Gaza, the situation remains intolerable. I asked Pierre Monroe what follow-up action Canada has taken and suggested reviewing Canada's free trade agreement with Israel, as the EU is doing. So, Yingpeng Wu has been very outspoken on what is happening in Gaza, wanting Canada to step up. Like our senators here, they're not as partisan as in the United States. Like I'm sure they had their political leanings and probably were part of political parties, but they're not elected in. And so they're a little bit more free to speak their minds because they're not part of like a caucus or anything of that sort. Unlike if you have a liberal that might be against the genocide, they kind of have to keep their mouths shut if they want to keep their position in the caucus. But the senators are a little bit more free to do that, which is kind of sad in a way that I'm not seeing far more speak up. You know, we've seen Yingpeng Wu plenty of times speak up, but we haven't seen, I don't know, like let's put it this way, this is the only senator I know in Canada. I don't know the names of any other senators here in Canada because it falls into the category of you know certain politicians because they're very good or very bad. But all the milquetoast in-betweeners, you don't know the names of because there's nothing interesting or spectacular about them. And so the fact is, this is the only Canadian senator I know the name of because he's really good. And so here's what he has to say.
A year ago, Prime Minister Carney, together with Prime Minister Starmer and President Macron, issued an ultimatum to Israel threatening to impose more sanctions if Israel did not improve the humanitarian situation. At the time, the three leaders called the situation intolerable. Today, 6 months after the so-called ceasefire, the situation is still intolerable, with nearly 700 Palestinians killed, 200 of which are children. This is according to the Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights of the UN, which, by the way, was headed by our incoming Governor General, the Honorable Louise Arbour. What has the government done to follow up on that ultimatum 1 year ago?
I have no specific information on what the government does to follow up on that issue, but I will raise the question with the minister and I will get back to you with an answer.
We've done nothing and don't plan on doing anything, but we'll get back to you about that nothing later on, maybe.
It's transparently clear that the ultimatum, the threat has been made and Israel has not provided any improvement. If I may suggest an action that the government can take and would seek your consultation with the government on this idea, it is to review the free trade agreement we have with Israel in the same way that the EU currently is reviewing its agreement.
I'm not sure that your suggestion will be followed, but I will raise the question with the minister and I will provide you with an answer.
You see, sometimes I'll say that too, that you can ask me anything and I will provide you with an answer. But you see, there's a certain tone to that suggests that the answer I will provide isn't necessarily true or isn't necessarily an answer that you want. It could just be like, I don't know. That is a very valid answer. Or I'm not going to tell you is still an answer. It's just not one that you might want. So like you can ask me anything and I will provide an answer. How accurate the answer is, how sarcastic that answer is a whole other question. And so that's this douchewad doing the same thing there. But a little bit more kind of good news from Canada when it comes to this front. As in, there's actually more people pushing back against the genocide. So, former senior Canadian diplomats urge Ottawa to impose robust sanctions on Israel. So, more and more people with power are pushing back, and we need a lot more to do it, but it's good that it's finally picking up that momentum. So almost 200 former senior Canadian diplomats are calling on Prime Minister Mark Carney to impose robust sanctions on Israel over deteriorating conditions in the Palestinian territories and Lebanon. Oh, and this is from CTV News. In a letter sent to media outlets, the former diplomats asked the federal government to review Canada's trade agreement with Israel and issue a notice that strategic partnership agreement will be suspended if those conditions don't improve. So they are saying to Mark Carney, here's something that we can do that might actually make a difference when it comes to you constantly saying, oh, I guess Israel has crossed the line. This doesn't fall in line with international humanitarian law. He has said this. He has acknowledged that Israel has gone too far, but they're not willing to do anything. And here is something that they can do. And it's like, well, why don't we just don't trade with them? That's something that Canada could do. That's something that Mark Carney could easily implement. So the letter says, it is evident that without robust international sanctions, the Israeli government will persist in disregarding international law and human rights and will press forward with its plans to expand settlements. The letter cites Israel's restrictions on aid and journalists reaching Gaza and increasing violence by settlers in the West Bank, where Israeli officials say they want to make a Palestinian state impossible. It also says high civilian death toll in Lebanon suggests Israel is violating international law. Israel says the campaign is targeting Hezbollah because the over 160 school children that were killed from the U.S. and Israel on the first day of the war they initiated. That wasn't exactly targeting Hezbollah. So, while Canada recognizes Israel's legitimate security concerns regarding Hezbollah, the razing of entire towns and the high civilian death toll is a serious violation of international law, reads the letter, which was signed by 190 former diplomats who held high-ranking positions. It follows on a similar issue that issued last July that demanded Canada halt all arms trade with Israel. Despite a declared ceasefire, and the Israeli government continues to impede humanitarian aid to Gaza and to destroy civilian infrastructure, including hospitals, water facilities, while killing and injuring hundreds of Palestinians, many whom are women and children, reads Thursday's letter. The letter notes that when Canada officially recognized the state of Palestine last September, Carney said the decision was based on assessment that the conditions for a two-state solution were being systematically destroyed. The former diplomats argued the situation has only worsened since, citing plans to build more settlements in the West Bank that Israeli officials have said would make it almost impossible for Palestinians to have a continuous territory. At the same time, extremist settlers, often with that tactic support at the time active participation of Israeli police and military, are violently displacing large numbers of Palestinians from their homes and lands, killing and injuring with impunity, the letter reads. The diplomats also say they want Ottawa to take legal action against Canadian companies that bid on or help build settlements in Canada. Settlements Canada says are illegal under international law. They also call on the federal government to accelerate efforts to revoke charitable status for groups supporting settlements or funding for the Israeli military. You know, the thing that Anthony Horsefarter here was kind of crying about. They say they want Canada to provide unequivocal support for actions taken by the International Criminal Court and the International Court of Justice on allegations of war crimes and genocidal acts in the region. Israel's ambassador to Canada, Ido Mode, declined to comment Friday. Global Affairs Canada said it would provide a statement but had not done so by deadline. Okay. You can freeze the screen here if you want to read the rest of the article, but, you know, we kind of went over it, talking about the senator and stuff. And of course, you know, is Israel saying, yeah, we need to do this to protect ourselves. Bullshit. But here we also have a little bit more, you know, news is on the good side, you know, more actions, more people standing up to what's happening there. And Sam Hirsch is saying this is huge. The Canadian Labour Congress, the largest labour body in Canada, representing more than 3 million workers, has just voted to cut ties with Israel's Federation of Labour. Congrats to those who made this happen. Let's keep it going. And this has been happening with multiple different organizations, divesting, that sort of thing, which is something that companies can do. You don't need to wait for the government to do everything. Companies, corporations, organizations, they can also cut ties with any sort of Israeli connections they have, or they can divest from Israeli funds and all that sort of stuff. These are things that individual organizations can do. We don't need to wait for the government to do everything. And so Larry Savage here is just saying, update the CLC 2026 Resolution Committee has accepted the proposed amendment from yesterday to add severing ties with that to the resolution on Palestinian solidarity. Delegates are now debating the amended resolution. So that's the stuff about like here in Canada. And again, just a reminder of why we need to be doing these things and how bad it is. Francesca Albanese had tweeted this out. Now, I'm looking at this at my Left of the Box account where I put in a birth date. Note the same tone as I will provide you with an answer. I put in a birth date. Whereas my Sandy Lovis Twitter account does not have a birth date. And do you know what? Kind of weird. The Sandy Lovis account on Twitter can't see this because it's age-restricted content. So Francesca saying all medical professionals should watch it and decide for themselves what to do next. NB, this documentary that BBC refused to air, was produced during the first year of the genocide. Since then, Israel has destroyed most of what you'll see being still Gaza in the documentary. And this is from Zetato Sedato, that she is quote tweeting saying, "This is the film they didn't want you to see it. The film that the BBC refused to air. Watch Gaza Doctors Under Attack now at gazadoctor.film." And I believe this is the trailer for it. Just going to keep the sound off so that I don't get in trouble by YouTube censorships or anything. Israel has been killing, trying to keep Gaza's healthcare system alive, doctors and medics. And so, yeah, this was age restricted on Twitter, this. Showing what was happening in the first year of the genocide in Gaza. Actually, I don't know if it's safe to show here because, if it shows anything bloody or anything, then I could get in trouble with YouTube. But let's do this. I'm not going to put in my email. No, go. Oh, here we go. I'm going to throw this into the SandBox. There you go. So that you can check that out yourself. If you want to see the Gaza Doctors Under Attack documentary. It's over an hour long, and I'm pretty sure it's pretty devastating to watch. So watch it if you want to be in a bad mood, but, you know, it's informative. Moving along to, you know, something that is a little funny in just how it happened. So in the UK, I have covered plenty of times on this channel how free speech is absolutely under attack. People holding up placards, as they say, of that say, I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action. People holding up those placards were getting arrested for peacefully sitting and doing nothing. And they're labeled as terrorists, and they could face potential jail time. Meanwhile, a hate march, Unite the Kingdom rally, can go through, can shut down the core, can make it unsafe for people. That gets no mention in the media, like from a negative standpoint. Whereas a lot of the politicians and pundits are calling for a clampdown on all marches relating to pro-Palestinian subjects because, oh no, they're too dangerous, they're too risky. We have to limit people's free speech because they're speaking out against genocide. We can't have that. No. So it is another stark example of the double standard that we have to deal with in the media, with politicians, in how they censor some groups and not the other. Well, the group that isn't to be censored, as in the Zionists or the hate marchers, will always cry that they're the victims and be the biggest fucking snowflakes. And in this world of climate change and global warming, it's a really lousy time to be a snowflake. But Owen Jones here is quote tweeting Amnesty UK, saying this is the United Kingdom march, literally turned central London into a no-go zone. I'd be literally risking my safety if I went to central London. Now think about, say, Muslim families. It's a march defined by unapologetic hatred of Muslims. And I have no doubt, given how prominent Owen Jones is, recognizable in certain right-wing hate group circles, yeah, he would be at risk if he went down there. And I wouldn't be sure that he would get any assistance from the police should something were to happen to him. Or if a Muslim family was just passing by and they got under attack, I'm not entirely sure that the authorities would step in to help them. So this is from Amnesty UK, just saying 3 reasons why the Unite the Kingdom rally this Saturday, which was yesterday, is worse than you think. Elon Musk is a little something for you at the end.
Does anyone else remember this?
Whether you choose violence or not, violence is coming to you. You either fight back or you die.
This Saturday, we're about to see part 2. Here's why it's worse than you think. Number 1, the Unite the Kingdom march this Saturday is funded by billionaires with dangerous anti-rights agendas. Ever heard of Robert Schulman? He's a US tech billionaire who funds Islamophobic figures from across the globe, like Katie Hopkins and Gert Wilders, as well as Tommy Robinson. He dug deep this year and has donated $100,000 to make this rally happen. Number 2, apparently, to be invited to speak at the march, you need to be really good at spreading racist, divisive and violent views. Last year, this bloke Riot Tabaki from New Zealand called for a ban on non-Christian places of worship. Or this Eva Valar-Dingerbrook calling for remigration, which, by the way, is a fancy way of saying mass deportation. Now, Eva and 6 of their speakers have been banned from coming. This year, they'll be joining anti-trans activist Posey Parker, controversial US commentator Glenn Beck.
Glenn Beck? You mean one of the pundits that Anna Kasparian was more than happy to sit down with and have a pleasant conversation with, a non-hostile encounter? Somebody that I'm sure Cenk Uygur would be more than happy to do the same thing, just throwing some shade randomly at them. But there are some people on the right. No, we don't play nice with them. We don't get along with them. We don't work with them. We beat them when it comes to the polls and opinions. Of course, I don't mean physically, but we beat them. We don't make room for them because these people want a good portion of the population non-existent in any way that they can. Those aren't people that we work with.
Number 3, this hateful movement is growing and spreading. Robinson is calling the march Unite the West, as well as Unite the Kingdom, meeting with far-right agitators from across Europe and the US, building a network of racist and anti-rights activists. They're trying to bring to the UK and Europe what's happening in the US. Those who want to take away our rights may be organised, but so are we. Share this video before Elon tries to take it down.
Oh, I shared this video and Elon still hasn't taken it down. Woot. So like, oh, that's close up. I didn't mean to do the close up, but I wanted to switch screens so I could get to this. So there was a whole bunch of clips that I could put together and we could have watched, but Owen Jones does it so nicely. He has them all together. He found ones I didn't even find, so I thought, you know what? It's a hell of a lot easier if we just go over his video. It is 12 minutes long, but you know, sometimes we need this. We need to be able to mock how ridiculous these people are, and they are ridiculous. Yeah, a lot is in the video, and a lot of it I hadn't even seen or heard before this video from Owen Jones that was just released today. But yeah, I apologize in advance. There are going to be some things you cannot unhear. You're going to hear it. And you might unsubscribe from my channel over how offensive it is. But we do get to mock them together. So, shall we? Yes, I'm stealing Owen Jones content. I'm sure his channel of like over 850,000 subscribers can manage.
This is so embarrassing. The far-right demonstration organised by the serially convicted criminal Tommy Robinson marched through central London yesterday, and it was an embarrassing failure, and I really must emphasise the word embarrassing. Warning, there is a significant chance that you will die of cringe watching this video. You might think it unlikely you'll end up...
Should probably mute my phone so that I don't die of cringe. There we go.
Feeling acute second-hand embarrassment on behalf of far-right weirdos, but I'm giving you the necessary health warning. Now, this protest was called the Unite the Kingdom, and it...
No, we all are in this together. We have to deal with this cringe together. We have put up with so much stuff when it comes to the right wing that it's about time we dive into the cringe and we confront it head on, because sometimes mockery is the only way to get through to these losers.
Was explicitly committed to deporting Muslims and stopping Islam, as Tommy Robinson put it. None of which, I have to say, is funny. This is an actual hate march, unlike the protests against Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people. As well as laughing at the surreal freak show, we will also look at the disgusting bile that was displayed, which underlines why it's so grotesque to describe protests against genocide as hate marches rather than what you are going to see.
It's always this conflation. We're actually going to get to something similar when we start talking about federal news, where it's like the far right and the far left. Ooh, horseshoe. Ah, when it's like far left, everyone should have health care and live their best lives and no one should be hurt. Far right, kill them. It's just there's not, they're not comparable when it comes to our values and the policy that we want to put through. It's not. One is objectively good, one is objectively horrible.
Just how big was this far-right jamboree? Let's hear this from the organiser, Tommy Robinson, shall we?
This is the biggest event in British history. This is the moment, a turning point for Britain, a message to the leaders. Britain's ready for the fight, all right? People are up, we're awake, and we're not going to back down. We want our country back.
The biggest event in British history. That's quite the claim. Cocky little fella, isn't he? Confident. Let's just have a look at a bird's eye view.
What is this? A Trump rally? Whew. Yeah, that's the thing about some of these hate marches and rallies that happen. It's happened here in Canada too, where it's like, oh, there's going to be this hate rally on Parliament Hill in Ottawa. Oh no. And then you look at the numbers and it's like, yoga in the park brought in bigger numbers than what you're seeing here. And yeah, this is just, you're in small company if you're a hateful bigot that wanted to come out and watch a free show. And quite honestly, people did pay to watch this show because you're not going to be able to unhear what you're going to hear. It's painful.
So, anniversary in 2 days, right? God bless him, right? Everyone, thank you for behaviour. You've done yourself proud, you've done your country proud.
More people watched Cardiff play Northampton last month. But let's have a look at some of the entertainment at this sparsely attended rally.
I gotta know, do you have to practice to be that out of tune? Because that's a skill right there. You don't accidentally be this bad. It feels like it's a goal to be that bad, to get up on stage. It feels like you have a humiliation kink. If you want to go up in front of people and sing like that, it doesn't feel like something you would just stumble across by accident, that any random person in that audience could get up on stage and do a better job. It's a talent. It's a skill. It had to be worked for in order to be this bad.
Let me hear you.
I mean,
Just the men.
I guess it's just all boys that are in that audience, because I don't hear any men.
And the women.
And those are just the backup singers that are sitting up there thinking, you did not pay me enough to be here. There is not enough money in the world. This is not what I signed up for. I'm not getting paid enough to make this much of an ass of myself, to use myself, to tokenize myself this much to be up here. It's like, if I'm going to tokenize myself, I at least want the show to be decent. Something that I can be like, yeah, but at least they were in tune and it was kind of catchy. But to tokenize yourself, to be on stage with a douche like this, wow. Your sense of self-worth must just be non-existent.
Everyone together. 1, 2, 3.
I love her head popping like, I think this is the rhythm. It's almost like she's just sitting on a bouncy ball, like one of those big yoga balls, and it's like, yep, having a good time.
Now everyone together. 1, 2, 3.
And they say white people can't dance. I present to you that woman.
well, everyone's having fun there. living their best lives. What about this little musical delight?
Civilian soldiers.
The idea of country music being sang in the UK? That's like going to a pizza restaurant and ordering pasta. You just don't do that. You don't do that. They do pizza. They don't necessarily do pasta, but they do pizza. You order the pasta and it's dry and lacks all flavor and that sort of thing. Just keep it where it's good. This is just wow. Oh, and of course you have the don't donut out on me because I keep on starting and stopping you. The Donald Trump sign, of course, the Donald Trump placard, as they would say. Oh, there we go. I just wanted to see the Donald Trump thingy. There we go, right there.
Civilian soldiers.
You can't be that bad by accident. This is a skill. Yeah.
Come on! These people say they want to preserve British culture. Is this their idea of British culture? Literally more out of tune than the average pissed up karaoke. But we are dealing with God-fearing Christian patriots who want to defend women and girls.
So, I would not feel safe in this crowd. Just saying. If I was surrounded by a bunch of right-winger men that were saying, get your tits out. But if I was in a march for saying, end the genocide, I'd feel safe in that crowd. This is, yeah. This is... The fact that there were women in that crowd, I don't know how you'd feel safe. I don't know why you would be there. I would feel like I'm in danger being near it. Because I am sure all of these men 100% respect consent. Note the sarcastic tone in my voice.
Lovely stuff. So what exactly do these people stand for? Let's listen to Tommy Robinson.
What would happen if you become a prime minister tomorrow? What would you change?
I would stop Islam. I'd end foreign funding in this country. All the migrants would be taken out of the hotels and sent back tomorrow by the military. I would reverse. I would have remigration. It's time for many Muslims to leave this country if they're not going to integrate or assimilate. It's time to go on. You've got your homes to go to. This is our home. We've got nowhere to go to. We're not allowing it to change any longer. You've seen today, people are fed up, man. People are fed up.
Fed up. National sovereignty, safety and security.
Yeah, we're fed up.
And national...
Yeah. This Britain is the white home because it's not like it was ever colonized or anything. I'm just saying.
Identity.
Thank you. God bless.
No subtlety here, is there? 4 million of our fellow citizens are Muslims, and this literal, repeatedly convicted criminal wants to, quote-unquote, stop Islam and deport Muslims. Listen to this too from Kelly J. Keane-Minshall, who cut her teeth waging a war on trans rights, but now has a new target.
It's not too late to get Islam out of our classrooms. It's not too late to get Islam out of that building. It is not too late to get Islam out of every single official office in this country. And more than not too late, it is absolutely vital if we want to save
By the way, it was so obvious throughout the anti-trans moral panic that those behind it had a list which would not end with trans people. They framed trans people as a menace to women and girls, and it was inevitable they just transfer that blueprint to Muslims.
Yeah, so the men saying, get your tits out, not a menace to women and girls, but trans women, whew, that just want to live their lives? Huh. Wow. So she's up there and she's a TERF, not saying anything about the language that was said earlier by the men in that crowd, but will talk shit about Islam and trans women. Okay, gotcha. I see where your values are at. They're in the toilet bowl is where your values are.
Let's look at this.
I like how they're doing this because they seem to be trying to direct the audience, but the audience isn't like, okay, are we supposed to be booing or applauding this? Like, we're not entirely sure what your skit is yet, so we don't know what we should be doing. And so they actually have to, like, coach them. And it's like, no, you have to be bigoted this way. This is how you're supposed to be bigoted right now. Say, you know, it should have just come naturally to you, but no, we will insert what you should be saying right now. But it's just like, yeah, no, you're not doing the thing. You're not doing the thing. Yeah, these morons don't know what we want them to do yet. Oh my god. Oh, we're supposed to sexualize you. Okay, got it. The men who were earlier saying take your tits out haven't figured out that they're supposed to be sexualizing these women yet. And that these women want to be.
Imagine at a protest people dressed up on stage as Orthodox Jewish people as figures of ridicule and contempt to be laughed at and jeered at. They would be arrested by the police. So would the protest organisers. The protest would be banned. There would be condemnations from all frontline politicians, outrage all over the front pages. But Muslims are fair game in this country. Let's listen to some of Tommy Robinson's unhinged speech.
Do you know, whenever I see these people murdered, I see children raped, I see these mass killings, I think, where are the parents to speak up? To use that opportunity to warn the rest of the country. Your daughters are not safe.
Your daughters are not safe there at that rally. Where were the parents telling all those men in that audience, in that walk, in that march to be like, you know what? Maybe you shouldn't be chanting for the women to take their titties out. It might objectify them, make them feel uncomfortable. You might want to keep that to your inside voice.
In criminals, rapists, murderers. Do you know last year in the United States of America, 66% of the murders were by illegal immigrants. That means 66% of the murders didn't have to happen. We need our own ICE. Europe needs...
So Owen will point out that the 66% is just bullshit, but 66% of the murders didn't have to happen? And so what, the rest of the murders had to happen? I'm sorry, there's a certain percentage of murders that have to happen, is what you're saying? I would argue all murders don't have to happen, that all murders are preventable. You don't, you see, I don't know which murders you'd be talking about that have to happen. 66% didn't have to happen. And again, that number is just bullshit. But yeah, no, I would say all murders don't have to happen. Just saying.
It's its own ICE. Get these criminals, round them up, and get them out of our country.
The claim by Tommy Robinson that 66% of murders in the US last year were committed by undocumented migrants is completely made up. It is a lie. There is no basis for it. The US does not have a national murder database. Texas is a state which does track murders by immigration status. It also has a significantly higher number of undocumented migrants than the average US state. In fact, only Nevada has a higher proportion of undocumented migrants than Texas, and only by a single percentage point. In 2022, undocumented migrants committed 5% of homicides in Texas, 2 points below the percentage of undocumented migrants in Texas as a proportion of the population, and a lower rate than native-born Americans. The man is a hateful liar.
And those types of stats are very common throughout, that undocumented people, new immigrants, tend to commit crimes at a far lower rate than people who were born in said country, because they know that they're at higher risk of being deported and being jailed and all of that sort of stuff. And they're just there because they want a better life.
Listen to this as well.
Men, are you ready to get fit? Are you ready to become the best version of yourself? As men, British men, we need to get fight ready, because a fight's coming to this country.
Well, look, he's clearly there talking about preparing for some sort of civil war in the United Kingdom. The far right is clearly preparing for that. They believe there is a coming civil war. Truly disturbing.
Same vibes from the United States. You actually have, what was it, RFK saying that people need to get in shape for the military and whatnot, but then you also have people like Tim Pool that are constantly insisting that there's a civil war about to happen. Yeah, all these right-wingers, they want it, you know? They want to do like role-playing games, but have it like real, where it's like, ooh, we're going to be the big bad military men and we're going to win and all this. And it's like, that's not how it would happen. But they have these fantasies of being part of like this new world order that they help to usher in. They could just get a life. Sin.
Now look at this.
Looks like she's been electrocuted. Get her out! Get her out! She's got the right fucking left look on the face. Get her out! She is looking green on the face. Look at her! Get her out! Look at Steve in the face! She's here to wind us up.
We're gonna have to sleep, yeah. Went to bed early.
Just randomly bullying a woman in the crowd because, to quote one of these little charmers, she's got a right fucking lefty look on her face.
I love her expression though, right when they are pulling her out. Like here, it's like, no, I'm racist too. I'm here because I'm hateful. No, don't kick. I want to be included. Don't exclude me. I hate people. I hate the same people you hate. I don't have a leftist face. I'm just like, how do you even argue that? Like, how do you argue to stay in? It's like, no, I am racist. I belong here. While other people are saying, you don't look racist enough.
To bed early.
And I'm just catching out the corner of my eye in the sandbox. A lot of people were saying, oh, it's because she has glasses, which indicates she might read. But yeah, there was all these jokes about it, but it's like, how do you defend yourself? Like, no, I belong in this group. I've been kicked out of every other group, but I belong here. I will hate the people you hate. Please accept me.
Just randomly bullying a woman in the crowd because, to quote one of these little charmers, she's got a right fucking lefty look on her face. YouTuber Jimmy the Giant, someone who de-radicalised by moving away from the alt-right, puts it well. This is a perfect clip to showcase the logical endpoint of fascism as it endlessly looks for more enemy groups. Now listen to this on television from the Conservative leader, Kemi Badenoch.
Would you have banned either of these marches, a Palestine Action one or the Tommy Robinson march?
So I have said that we should now start banning the pro-Palestinian marches because they are creating a climate of intimidation and fear against.
The pro-Palestinian marches are making a climate of intimidation and fear. But that crowd, totally okay. That crowd, no problems. Kicking out a white woman because she doesn't look racist enough. Having men just yell out, get your titties out. Being hateful, bigoted people. No intimidation there.
Jewish people. All this globalized, the Intifada and from the river to the sea nonsense is a cover for wiping out Jewish people. We've seen
people on those marches who don't think that that's what they're doing.
That may be the case, but there are others who know what that's about, and it's encouraging them. We've seen murders at a synagogue in Heaton Park. We have seen what happened in Golders Green just a few weeks ago, 2 attempted murders. I think it's time...
That was 3 attempted murders. One of them was Muslim, but they tend to forget that whenever they're talking about Golders Green.
We should call time on that.
The Tommy Robinson March, anything on that concerned you?
So I obviously didn't go there. I think that it's one of those marches where there are lots of people who are going for good reasons. There's some people who are going for not very good reasons. But it's a different kind of thing. They are talking about uniting the kingdom. The other march is about something happening much further away, about pro-Palestine.
Yeah, these racists are talking about, forcibly removing people that they don't believe fit in and stuff like that. Well, this other group of people want the killing to stop. Does it matter where? If it's in another country, it's just it's a good philosophy to stop killing. I would say that regardless of where they are in the world. I just think it's on principle, generally speaking around the world, a good thing to be in support of is to stop killing.
It's been going on weekly for much longer.
Are you sure you're not applying some double standards here?
No. What I'm not doing is spending time focusing on the things that don't matter to the people of this country.
Just astonishing. On the one hand, there are protests against Israel's genocide of the Palestinian people. On the other, there is a protest openly demanding a war on Islam and the deportation of Muslims. And she wants to ban on the first protest, but not the second, because she says that the far-right protest calls itself Unite the Kingdom, as though, that means it actually is about uniting the kingdom.
In Ontario here, our premier, I say the Conservative Party, but the actual party name is the Progressive Conservatives. Putting the word progressive in with it doesn't really... Sometimes words are just put into sentences and names and stuff like that, but they have no meaning. And it doesn't, you have to look at what the organization does. Don't look at the name of it. Look at what they do. Same with the Liberal Party here in Canada. I'd hardly call them liberals. That might be their name, but they ain't liberals.
Is stopping Islam and deporting Muslims and mocking Muslims and talking about how British men need to get battle fit the Conservative leader's idea of uniting the kingdom? Here's an example of the world turned on its head, where the hate marches are those protesting against the mass slaughter of innocent people rather than protests in favour of open hatred towards Islam and Muslims. The truth is, this protest was humiliating for Tommy Robinson because the attendance was just so poor. But the far right is dangerous, and they are emboldened, and they are openly preparing for conflict. They are the real principal dangers in this country, and they need to be defeated. Please like and subscribe.
Okay, and just a little bit more to go in this docket. There we go. So this person had just tweeted out, I love seeing Jews go up against Zionists and rip apart their whole argument in just a few minutes. Sometimes it's just nice to watch these sorts of things. And just keep in mind that it's the people that are saying genocide bad in here that in the UK would be labeled as terrorists. But this guy here is saying, no, we should continue committing the genocide. Gets a total pass.
Because you can't colonize land that was already yours over thousands of years.
Listen, what you got.
that land didn't belong to European Jewish people thousands of years ago. And I don't give a shit who the land belonged to thousands of years ago. Because by that philosophy, the Canadian government should be dissolved and we should be under Indigenous rule, which I don't necessarily object to. I don't care who's in charge. I just care about policies. It's like, oh no, the land belonged to a vague group of Jewish people thousands of years ago, so therefore they must go in and ethnically cleanse and genocide in order to get that land back? No. I'm pretty sure that guy wouldn't be okay with all the settlers being genocided here.
Listen, what you guys are doing, you're supporting evil, and then you dare to do this in the name of Judaism and the Jewish religion. This is an embarrassment to our people, and this is a desecration of God's name. The state of Israel is a movement of terrorism, started terrorism way before anybody spoke about it.
Of course I'm a Jew. We're humanitarian Jews that are against murder.
And remember, it's these people who are against murder that would be labeled as terrorists in the UK.
I'm 73 years old. I know since I was 14 that Israel is not a democracy, has never been a democracy. We are here for the rights of people to eat and live and have water and have their homes returned.
And an update on a bad story, but it's a good update, a little bit of good news. So last week I was talking about the Freedom Flotilla and how a couple of people, 2 men were still being held, and there was the risk that they were going to be tried as terrorists, as Palestinian pro-Hamas terrorists, which would garner the death penalty in Israel. Not just, like, it would be a mandatory death penalty if they were found to have had ties with Hamas. Well, they have been released, thankfully. So Freedom Flotilla Coalition welcomes immediate release of Diego and Saif. So the Freedom Flotilla Coalition welcomes the immediate release from Israeli detention of our colleagues Diego and Saif, who were unlawfully abducted by Israeli forces from civilian flotilla vessels in international water and held under punitive conditions for over a week. Also, one of them went on to Democracy Now! For an interview over the past week, so you can always go to the YouTube channel and Democracy Now! To check out that interview. So their release is a victory over Israel's attempts to criminalize the flotilla movement and smear international solidarity with Palestine as terrorism. If Israel had any evidence to support its outrageous accusation that flotilla was affiliated with Hamas or engaged in unlawful activity, Diego and Saif would not be released without charges. The release further exposes these claims for what they are: politically motivated propaganda aimed at justifying violence against civilian flotilla participants and suppressing growing global resistance to Israel's genocide and settler colonial violence. So you can finish reading this if you want to freeze the screen. But that's some good news that they were released. They were treated horribly. Really, really bad. It's good that they're out and now they're speaking out. So Diego's Twitter account here is just saying during the last 10 days that Saif and Diego were in Ashkelon prison. They were victims of every kind of violation and torture. And yet even that does not compare to what our Palestinian brothers and sisters were going through in the cells right beside our comrade cell. So yeah, they went through torture and hell and brutal conditions. And they get out and they point out that they still have a certain level of privilege, you know, given who they are, given the spotlight on them, that they're not going to be treated as bad as the Palestinians who have just kind of disappeared into that system, that don't get the media attention, whose names aren't splashed all over social media, that there are thousands of Palestinians that are being brutalized in worse ways than they are.
A minha volta foi.
So this isn't in English. I'll toss it into the SandBox so that if you want to finish watching this, you can and read the subtitles. Or you can go over to Democracy Now! On YouTube and watch the interview that they had with Amy Goodman and find out more about the conditions that they were held in. And another bit of good news, Francesca Albanese is saying, breaking, U.S. courts that had suspended the U.S. sanctions against me. As the judges say, protecting freedom of speech is always just the public interest. Thank you to my daughter and my husband for stepping up to defend me and everyone who has helped me so far. Together we are one. So finally, the sanctions against her have been suspended. So the United States put sanctions against her for simply doing her job, which meant she couldn't use any credit cards. Her bank accounts were frozen. Like all of these things, her life was made so difficult. Like she had to completely rely on other people for shopping, for paying bills, for anything. Travel was difficult, all of that because of the sanctions that were put onto her. A lot of people who don't have the same support and networks that she does simply would not be able to function. Like they could end up homeless because of these types of sanctions. So thankfully the US courts have suspended it and saw it for what it is, just an attack on free speech. Which, coming from an American court these days, it's pretty shocking that they would actually rule the right way. Anyway, so that is it for that docket, and I will start closing down some of these tabs. Still have a lot to go over. What's the next docket? Probably the federal news. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Yes, it's that one. Some federal news next. Yeah, I do have a lot to go over today. I do want to try to get it done today because the next time I could possibly do another live stream is on Tuesday. And the reality is when I do a live stream during the evening, during the week, they don't do as well as what these ones do. So before we move on, I'm going to check the SandBox. Looks like we have a lot more people jump in. Also, a reminder, if you guys could give me a heads up if I get raided, because I don't get notified anymore in a notable way. Okay. Hey, Grand Theft Autobot, welcome to the SandBox. Talking about me accidentally slipping up if I ever get a spot on like CBC and calling Anthony Horsefarter, and they're replying, and then you'd be like, damn you GTA, while shaking your fist, and they'll be like, what did the Greater Toronto Area ever do to you, Sandy? And you'll be like, no. Pretty much. It's like, don't blame me, blame GTA. And it's like, because yes, as an Ontarian, that is exactly what I think of when I hear GTA is Greater Toronto Area. Let's see. Hello, Bad Lefty. Welcome to the SandBox. And Atticus Among Us. Oh, and there's Silas. And somebody who joined the SandBox, and I really have no idea how to do this thing right here with your name. But you just start off by saying bonjour. Yeah, I'm not even going to attempt that one. Sorry. Hello, Bobby. Oh, and there's Hermeteorologist. Did I say hi to you yet, Phil? Philip Blair? I think I did at the beginning. Let's see. Lefty saying unite the shite. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Hello, True Democratic North. Philip Blair saying, don't let the AOC working tirelessly for a ceasefire. People divide us. The billionaires are rarely divided. Anna Kasparian was on with Miriam Francis 4 days ago. I saw a bit about that. I'll have to watch the full video. It's not the first time she was on that. She's had like a full long interview, like over an hour long on Spill the Tea before. But I know one of the clips from this 15-minute long appearance or something went viral because she was saying poor white people after George Floyd. I'll have to see if it's anything that I have, worth adding into my TYT essays. Let's see. Jet saying my ears, what the fuck? Atticus Among Us, Drunken Karaoke, yeah. Grand Theft Autobot, can someone put spiked implements directly in my ears? Thank you. Hey, you guys could have muted that. I'm just saying, if it was that painful. Let's see. Philip Blair saying country music roots are more Irish Republican than British. Irony much? Hello, Christy. What is this I'm hearing about Dawkins falling in love with a calculator? And hey, homies, Rebecca Watson did a video on that, so you can actually go watch that. And she talks all about that on YouTube. Just look up Rebecca Watson. She did a video directly on Dawkins falling for a chatbot. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Philip pointing out Joan of Arc was a French woman unalive by the English, officially for violating Christian clothing laws, by the way. Yeah, those fundamental Christians always like, oh no, we can't have, Islamic reign in the United States. It would interfere with our Christian fundamentalists because we also want to do that, but it be us, not them. Bobby, I don't know if Owen has ever seen his drawing. I tried putting it out there. I tried spamming his stuff. Never got any acknowledgement of it. And at some point, I gotta stop pushing because either he's never going to see it through standard methods or he's seen it and he just doesn't want to respond to it. Which sucks, but their prerogative, you know. I'm not owed a response when I do a picture of someone and put it out there. It'd just be nice to know that they at least saw it, but maybe one day, I'll be able to talk to him. I wouldn't be able to have like a normal conversation though, because I'd just be giggling the entire time, trying to make him cuss me out, like authentically, because I would just find that adorable. To be like fully purposely told to fuck off with that accent, be so fun. That's why I could never get in a fight with anyone in the UK, because I would just totally be like, you're just so adorable, little accent of yours. Please, cuss me out any way you want. It's cute. I could never. Oh. So let's read like books and stuff. Absolutely not. Out. Yeah. Talking about that one woman that just apparently didn't look racist enough for them. But like, how do you even stay in the group at that point? It's like, I am racist. Please accept me. Who'd have thought that, you know, a group full of bigots might exclude someone? Hello, the Wild West. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot. Show us your tits or stop the killing. Yeah. It's tough to decide, you know. It's that horseshoe thing. They're both at the same level, really. Christy is apparently very stoned right now. Hello, Synonymous. Let's see. Not sure what some of this means in the sandbox, so I'm just going to leave it there. I always take too long at this part. I could be like done my entire live stream right now if I wasn't so distracted by the sandbox. But this is like an interactive thing for me, you know? This is me interacting with the world. Hello, Soul Life, and I get carried away. Welcome to the sandbox. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot, a trans chatbot, since he's cool with changing make coded Claude to female coded Claudia. Yes, the dockings falling for an AI chatbot thing was he then switched the chatbot that was named Claude to Claudia because he just felt that it was feminine. Despite, you know, it being called Claude. It's shocking how other people love to insist what other people's genders are. Okay, I'll show off a bit of the art that I've been working on. I'm going to be at some vending markets. So I showed this one recently. It's a pansexual flag with an infinity heart and a light gold sparkle dusting. But then I also did these ones here. They say love is love. This one is in metallic paint, and then this one has like glitter on it in the love is love. There we go. Let's do it this way. There we go. Trying to do this in reverse. So we got those ones. I got something for the asexuals. I thought about doing like the asexual symbol, but it's really kind of boring and I don't think most people would recognize it. I'm sorry, it is. It is. And I stopped signing them. So you notice like I don't have my name down in the corner there because I don't know. Let me know what you guys think, because like this one has my name at the bottom, but I don't really see the need to necessarily be signing all of the flag ones. So that's the non-binary with the pansexual heart. Pronoun non-binary ones with the she, they, and he, they. Also got a they, them. Well, I have a couple of them. Ugh. And got my inclusive flags done. If I'm done all my other painting on time, I'll probably be doing like another batch of the Canada flag and the inclusive flag. And believe it or not, there are two shades down here. The camera just doesn't pick it up. There is a purple and a blue. Then you also have it in glitter and metallic paint, which you can't really get a good, it just looks dirty on camera, but it looks neat in person. And then this would be my favorite if I was buying one, is just covered in glitter. So those are all the flags. And then I did some pride tulips. So the pride tulips are tulips done in the colors of a pride flag. But it's very limiting as to which pride flags you can do, because a lot of pride flags don't have good colors for tulips in it. Like ones with black definitely wouldn't work. Yeah, but the trans flag works really nice as tulips. See? And got a couple more of the trans tulips. And so these ones I will sign because they're more like paintings. And then a pansexual tulip. And a bisexual tulip. So they're the colors of the different pride flags. That one seems out of focus, but there we go. So those are all the ones that I've got done now. I have a whole bunch more painting that I'm going to do, bigger canvases and stuff. Starting, well, tomorrow I'm going to be taking pictures of all the new paintings I've done so I can get that posted to my social medias and stuff. And then work on the outline of one of the larger paintings that I'm going to be doing. By larger, I mean by 8x10s. And I'll take it from there. I will take it from there. Ugh. Oh. Let's see. So I get carried away, got attacked by mosquitoes, apparently. Annoying little buggers. And I get carried away also likes my paintings. I have some bisexual flag paintings. Person with name I cannot even start to pronounce. I've shown them before. I have some lesbian flags, gay man flags, trans flags. So I have a variety. And then I can do custom orders, but I showed them in previous streams. If I start showing all of them, then, you know, that would be an entire stream just showing off my art. I get carried away like when the artist puts the date on them. It's a little late for me to do that. Like I do also, so like this one, I don't think I need to put my name here, but I do put them on the side. Also, when I put them on the front, I need to use like a gel tip pen and stuff, and I'm going to run out of ink on that. But I almost feel like adding my name on here kind of detracts from it, but my name is still there. Same with like the tulips, you know. So these ones I do sign because it's more of an artwork versus just a flag, but then I also put my full name on the side. People liking the tulips. The bisexual flags are in the other room in a bin. I'd have to run out and get them. But I have the bisexual symbol on those ones. Yes, I'll be selling them, Grand Theft Autobot. I'm going to a couple vending markets. And so a flag like this, I'll be selling for $25. But the inclusive or the Canada Pride flags, so this one and the Canada Pride flags, because it takes a lot more paint mixing and stuff, they'll be $30. The Pride tulips will also be $30. I don't think that's going to be like an outrageous amount. It's just, it's trying to find that balance between what will people pay and what am I worth. Basically, I'm not making minimum wage with them, but what can you do?
Shenanigans really go on.
But in many writings, that's where the heavy thing happens. And as Peter says, that's where the shenanigans really.
Something just started to autoplay. Just trying to find it. I don't know where that is coming from. I muted it for you guys, but I can still hear it through the headphones on my desk. No, it's not there. No, I'm not seeing it there because usually the tab will show that an audio is playing. Oh, maybe it would help if I listen to it. Oh, there it is. It's a YouTube video that just started to randomly autoplay on me. That was rude. I do like the glitter ones, yeah. Yes, these are in-person vending markets, Grand Theft Autobot. Like, I'm more than happy to sell them online, but I don't have like a online store. I have my website, but I don't even have these up on my website yet. But I do post them on my Instagram and Twitter and Blue Sky and let people know that they're available for sale. Like if somebody watching wants to buy one or have one custom made, I'm more than happy to. You just have to also pay for shipping and whatnot. Well, still alive. I know glitter is always a pain in the ass, which is why I seal them. That's why I call it anyway. So you see, I can do this and it's not going to shed glitter all over the place because the little technique I do is I put a layer of gloss on, which is just supposed to make a picture a little bit more shiny and whatnot. But then when the gloss is wet, I put the sparkles on them and I kind of stamp the sparkles in. And then once it's all dry and stuff like that, I put in there a layer of gloss over top of that to kind of keep it from shedding all over the place. Because I hate when you get something that's sparkly and then eventually it's not sparkly because all the sparkles come off. It's a big pain in the butt, but, you know, it works. I saw that. Gotta do this. Although you do hear that, don't you? No, yeah. Sometimes it doesn't work. There we go. There we go. One of these days, I'm going to have a very fancy setup, so I don't have to do it this way. Thank you so much, 56 Nick Rich, for the $2 super chat. Kitty treats neat and sweet. Why, thank you. They will appreciate it, and so do I. Okay, why don't we get back into it? Still got a lot to cover. So we're moving into some federal news next. And the more I'm reading about what Mark Carney is doing, the more I'm just feeling like we're turning into the United States. Like the militarism, the privatization, everything. He's Americanizing Canada. And I don't like it. I don't like it. I liked not being American. If I wanted to be America, I would just, you know, go over the border and be undocumented like every other Canadian living there. I want Canada to be the socialist utopia people keep on saying it is. So this, it really sucks. It really, really sucks. That's not the screen I want. I want this screen here. There we go. So Dimitri is just pointing out, quote tweeting something. So down here, the BBC News is just saying why Canada is seeing the biggest military recruitment surge in 30 years. And Dimitri pointing out perhaps it has something to do with the largest pay raise for Canadian soldiers in a generation. Carney is increasing recruitment by squandering huge amounts of public money on the military. Yes, billions upon billions of dollars are being spent on the military by Mark Carney. And it's being taken away from social programs, cutting back on women's support, LGBTQ plus support, disability support. A lot of the public sector workers are being laid off and fired and cutting back on those jobs. So all the things that we like to think of as Canada is being chipped away and replaced with militarism and private investments and resource extractment projects, and just hell. It's just hell. It's not what Canadians didn't vote for this when they voted for Mark Carney. They didn't know because he didn't say all of this sort of stuff, but people who knew he was a banker thought, this might be an issue. This might be an issue, and it is. So, but even more. So Gary here is just pointing out Bill C-22 will give law enforcement the tools they need to keep Canadians safe while respecting the privacy and charter rights of Canadians. It's time Canadian law enforcement have a Canadian solution to go after criminals. That's what we're delivering, or so he claims. The thing is that Bill C-22 just makes it a lot more easier for the government to check our emails, get rid of our privacy, put us under scrutiny without us noticing, all that sort of stuff. And he kind of gives it away at one point.
C-22 creates the legal framework for lawful access in Canada, something that law enforcement and organizations.
So C-22 creates a system in which law enforcement doesn't need to follow rules. They made new rules so that they can bypass certain things like rights, because they get in the way of their surveillance.
Supporting victims have been asking for decades.
It ensures that law enforcement can obtain timely, lawfully authorized information.
Yeah, lawfully authorized, because we literally wrote the law to make things that normally weren't lawfully authorized to be lawfully authorized. We changed the laws so that we could break laws
when they need it.
We're going to better equip police forces to investigate and to prevent human trafficking, smuggling, extortion.
Technology is evolving at a pace.
Yep, let's militarize the police force while we're adding to our military.
And at a scale none of us can predict.
Again, another Americanism I don't want to see up here is militarized police forces, and we are seeing that more and more. The way that they dress, the equipment they use, the long guns that they carry, all of this sort of stuff. Having a militarized police force never ends well, because I've seen what non-militarized police forces do here in Canada, and they abuse. They're horrible. They assault. They do things that if they were a civilian doing it to another civilian, they would be arrested and charged. But since they're part of a police force or any sort of law enforcement, they are allowed to do it with impunity.
These processes ensure that we have the modern tools that are necessary to address crimes that are taking place in the modern world.
We believe it balances the operational needs of police with the privacy rights of our citizens.
It is not about surveillance of Canadians. It is about keeping Canadians safe.
So that's one of the little situations there. If you have to clarify that this isn't about surveillance, it's because it's about surveillance. It's one of those things when you have to do that sort of clarification. You know, when you hear people say, I'm not racist, but, you know, if you walk into a room and like, I'm not a witch, it's usually an indication that there's something going on. And so if you have to say in this, oh, it's not about surveillance. Like, we totally get why you might think it's about surveillance, because everything we describe in this allows us to surveil you without, you knowing, and all that sort of stuff, and bypassing certain courts. But it's not about that. We're keeping you safe. That's it. We're keeping you safe from yourself.
From internet child exploitation to extortions, to home invasions, to carjackings, to drive-by shootings, to hate-motivated crime, to extremism, lawful access is absolutely required.
So we forced it into the law so that we could do whatever we want. And a lot of those extremists that they're talking about will also be like pro-Palestinian advocates.
And it's required now.
Again, Mark Carney, all about the military and the police. And the serf's just pointing out these are who will hurt and kill you if you ever try to do anything about the data centers poisoning your water. And we will be getting to data centers in a little bit. There's a whole docket on kind of like the environment, which includes data centers. But here's Mark Carney. Canadians deserve to feel safe in their communities. That's why we're strengthening the criminal code and hiring 1,000 more RCMP personnel across the country. Seeing more police doesn't make me feel safe because, again, I've seen what police do to peaceful protesters and to civilians all the time and what they get away with. This doesn't strike me as being safe, seeing more of this. It makes me feel unsafe, actually. Why don't you just deal with, like, tackle the root causes of why people commit crimes? You know, because a lot of crimes could be eliminated if the social stresses, like finances and all that sort of stuff, were taken off the table. So if people could find a job that doesn't kill them, that pays a living wage, secure affordable housing, affordable food, comprehensive medical care, and all that sort of stuff. If we had all of that, the crime levels would plummet because a lot of crimes are committed out of desperation. It's not an excuse. I don't recommend people committing crimes, but they're committed out of desperation, or it's a, you know, to feed like a drug habit that's, you know, a way of self-medicating and stuff because they can't get the help that they need in the medical system and whatnot. A lot of crime would just simply go away if we actually supplied the or had the social safety nets needed to keep people surviving and thriving. Adding more cops to hurt people who are already hurt doesn't solve the problem. So Chris Thompson is just pointing out Mark Carney is a vulture pretending to be an economist. And so I talked about recently how Mark Carney was talking about privatizing airports, because when has privatization ever gone wrong? And now it's also the ports, airplanes to boats. And remember, Mark Carney kind of got in on the whole idea that he would confront Donald Trump. He would take Donald Trump to task and all that sort of stuff. He wouldn't capitulate. You know, Canada is not for sale, but apparently now it is absolutely for sale under the Mark Carney government, because privatization means it's for sale to the highest corporation that bids, a lot of them being American.
Are we looking, and we're very transparent about it, are we looking in certain cases of, are there assets that the federal government has that we could recycle the investment into supporting building new assets? Airports is an example that is out there. I think the port reference is within a much broader series of things.
And I mentioned at the time that it was only the beginning, because they said airports and we're looking at other things, which meant that they were going to expand what could be privatized. It wouldn't just be airports. That's just the beginning.
I don't view it as personally as a top priority, but we will look to what we're looking to do with all the tools we have is to catalyze building of this economy. If there are some assets that the federal government has that can help with that process, we'll look at it as part of a comprehensive approach.
Yeah, if there's other things we can privatize, we will look at it as a comprehensive approach. And so here, I was mentioning something about this earlier, talking about international news and how it's like the pro-Palestinian marches are just as bad as the Unite the Right. Wow, you know, the people who are saying stop killing is the same as the people saying that we want to kill. Well, here's what this embodies, what liberal is right now. And that's the centrists, usually right of center centrists, saying there's actually no difference between good and bad. Everything should be halfway terrible. It's just, to go on camera and say this sort of thing and have no understanding of what you're saying to not have any self-awareness of how ridiculous you sound, comparing Avi Lewis to Pierre Poilievre as being, oh, it's the horseshoe. Those two are extreme, blah, blah. You shouldn't be allowed to be a political commentator if you're putting the two of them into the same basket as of extreme. Anyway.
Do you hope that this pipeline gets built? Look, I'm a big believer in making sure that things follow their process.
Avi Lewis says no more pipelines should be built. That's not an extreme position. That is a survival position, survival of the planet. We literally have to just put in a law that says no more pipelines. If that means that there's going to be energy shortages somewhere else, do you know what? Invest in renewable energy. If we had done this 40 years ago, none of this would be a problem right now. But we have to put a hard stop on them. The survival of the planet is at stake.
Whatever happens at the end of the day, if it has followed a process that has gone exactly as I've articulated, that Indigenous communities are part of the solution, that British Columbia is part of the solution.
Oh, Indigenous communities are definitely not part of these solutions that the Mark Carney government is saying.
That
they wrote laws to make sure that they didn't have to.
There is a private sector proponent, that we have met the environmental standards that are required. Whatever happens,
that we've met the environmental standards required? Okay, data centers and pipelines destroy the environment. Like, absolutely, completely, and utterly destroy it.
at the end of the day, I will be proud to support so long as it follows that process. If somebody said to me, as Pierre Poilievre would like us to do, we're going to build a pipeline, not care about Indigenous communities, not care about BC, not care about environmental protections, I'd say absolutely not. Okay. But if you listen to what Avi Lewis said and you listen to Pierre Poilievre, one is saying we've gone too far, one is saying we're not doing enough. You know, this is, I believe, the just right approach, dealing with where we are in this moment, fighting the fight against climate change, while also making sure Canada is a proactive player in ensuring the world has stability at a time where it desperately needs it. Do you hope that...
You see, Avi Lewis is saying we're not going far enough with environmental stuff, whereas Pierre Poilievre is saying we need to do more destruction. And we're in the middle, and being in the middle is always the correct way. You know, it's not objectively looking at it and that climate change is an existential threat to this planet and more absolutely needs to be done. No, no, no. If we can say that we're in the middle ground between these two extremes, then that must mean we're the right. We're right on the issue. Because half say the planet is dying and we need to do more. And the other half is saying we need to extract more from the planet and destroy it even faster. And we're saying, well, why don't we just do a little bit of both? A little bit of both. You know? Huh? What could go wrong? What could go, like, we'll still do the extraction and stuff like that, but we'll recycle. You know, it balances out. And Frank Dominic here is also just talking about, you know, this privatization stuff, not that great. Now, I've had my criticisms of Frank. He seemed more like a liberal, but, you know, it's telling when, you know, the Liberal Party here has gone so conservative that people who used to be further to the center or closer to the center are like, wow, this is bad. This is like really bad what this liberal government is doing.
Mark Carney has signaled that he is open to selling Canadian ports, and this is not a good thing, with the government seeking a report on a potential amalgamation of unnamed key ports in Canada and the divestiture of others. And this comes after the Carney government has stated that they are looking at privatizing airports in order to attract investment and cut travel costs. But here's the thing, when you privatize something that used to be in the public, the person who buys it wants to make a profit off of that thing, and that cannot inherently decrease costs for consumers at all. It can only increase costs. This isn't a matter of efficiencies, it's a matter of the fact that somebody now has to make money off of the thing that used to not make money and used to only have to break even.
This isn't rocket science. Like, I don't understand how people think, oh, if we start privatizing things, you know, free market, it's going to lower the prices. That has literally never worked. Never. And yet still people are buying it. They're buying that tossed salad that, you know, Pierre Poilievre keeps on throwing at them. that, oh yeah, privatizing some stuff, good, lower prices. It has never worked that way. And it's not supposed, like, just the whole idea behind privatization of, we want to make profit now. We have to, like, it's, we owe it to the investors and stuff like that. We have to make profit with this thing that wasn't designed to make profit before, like the post office. It was a service. It's not even supposed to break even. It's a drain, but it's a service that we pay into and we deserve to have, the same as the health care that we have and other services like the fire department and whatnot. We lose money on those every year, but we're not losing. It's not like it's just money going into a vacuum. We're not losing it. It's being returned to us in the form of services. But if they get privatized, well, then they have to find ways to actually make money off these. It's not about the customer at that point. It's not about the consumer. It's about their bottom line and making money. It's no longer about, what's in the best interest of the people. It's what's in the best interest of that corporation.
And we're seeing this at all levels of government, with the Ford government even looking at expanding the Billy Bishop Airport, and that would actually lead to an American bank being the major beneficiary of that expansion plan. We're spending our public tax dollars to the benefit of private corporations, and it's only going to increase the costs on consumers. And we're seeing this from the federal, provincial, and municipal governments across Canada. People complain about how expensive airfare is in this Canada, but we used to actually have a public corporation that kept costs low. It was called Air Canada, and we sold it off. People talk about how expensive oil and gas is, but we actually used to have a public corporation for that. It was called Petro-Canada, and we sold it off. Unlike Norway and other countries that control the rights to their oil and gas exploration, Canada sold it off to private corporations. We sell off our water rights, our airports, our seaports, and even our local municipalities don't run enough programs that our citizens need, and therefore we have to outsource it to private corporations that make a buck off of us. And that's one of the major reasons why I'm running for Burlington City Council.
He's running for Burlington City Council. If you're in Burlington, check him out. I can't really run for anything. I tried running for politics once. It didn't work out so well. And to run municipally, it just, nah. I don't have enough money. You need to have enough money to, like, people who are broke can't run for office. It's just the way it is. And so here we have Rachel Gilmore, wonderful independent journalist here in Canada, quote tweeting the Liberal Party, the Prime Minister, saying, this is the only economic indicator that matters. The gap between the richest and the poorest Canadians widen again in 2025, StatCan says. And I've talked about this plenty of times, and the inflation and why even when the Liberal government says, oh, inflation isn't that bad, it's actually really bad for like the bottom 60% of Canadians, because it actually is worse versus, the 1%ers where it's like, the economy is golden, they're making money while the rest of us are suffering. And so she's quote tweeting this Liberal Party thing here of Mark Carney saying, rent prices are down, salaries are up. We're delivering on our plan to make life more affordable for Canadians. Don't know about you, but my life does not feel more affordable right now.
Asking rents have declined for 18 consecutive months. Every single month that this government has been in office, Canadian average salaries have increased. And now the IMF says that Canada will be the second strongest economy in the G7 this year and next. We are growing Canada strong.
Yeah, it's the whole Canada Strong logo is such a fucking conservative logo. Slogan, I mean. The economy doing well doesn't mean it's doing well for everyone. It means it's doing well for the moneymakers at the top. Also, salaries might be going up, but are they catching up with inflation? Are they catching up with the increasing cost of living? But the thing is that I didn't scroll down further on this because there's a little thing added to this tweet of the Liberal Party. A little thing was added to the bottom. Oh, what's this? Readers add context they thought people might want to know. While it can be claimed that the average asking renting price has declined, it is important to distinguish between asking price and actual price. The actual rents have increased a total of 21.9% since April 2021 during COVID. Actual prices also rose 0.9%. from March 2026. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You kind of missed mentioning that, Carney. Just saying. Somebody who has never had to rent. You don't know the lived realities that we're dealing with. You can say whatever you want, but you're not living it. You're not feeling it. You don't feel it when you have to rely on disability, and your disability only goes up a certain percentage every year, but your rent goes up a larger percentage. And so every year you're making less than you were the year before, even though technically speaking it's gone up. But it hasn't met the moment. It hasn't gone up with the other increases in the cost of living. But you just tend to neglect that. It's a very old conservative and liberal tactic of, we're going to do these cherry-picked numbers, and we're going to talk about like raw numbers as opposed to averages or mediums or things like anything that would make us look bad. We're just going to cherry-pick like the economy is doing great, without mentioning it's only the 1% that's benefiting from this great economy, and everyone else fucking sucks. Also, there were some promises he made when he was trying to get into office that, yeah, he's falling back on. And one of them was expanding pharmacare and actually keeping it going. Yeah, about that. No, not so much. So this is from CBC News. Advocates fighting to save national pharmacare program, Ottawa says will expire. Federal health minister says pharmacare deals with 3 provinces, 1 territory will end naturally. So they're not renewing it. They're just allowing it to sunset. And the people who need those drugs, oh well, you had a good run. If you're not cured from your diabetes or contraceptives in the time that we had this system, then you're shit out of luck. The Council of Canadians says it won't allow the Liberal government's promise to build a national pharmacare program die a slow, quiet death. Furious is the word healthcare advocate Yvonne Earle used to describe her reaction upon hearing Newfoundland and Labrador's health minister say the federal government shut the door on pharmacare negotiations last month. My initial thought was, Mr. Carney, this is not making Canada strong, this is making Canada unhealthy, said Earle, a member of the Avalon chapter of the Council of Canadians. She's calling on Canadians to stand up for pharmacare. Everybody understands that if the population speaks up and demands it from their MPs that they support a program, that this will register some effect, said Earle. In 2019, former Liberal Prime Minister Justin Trudeau promised to create a national pharmacare program. It's not like Justin Trudeau ever promised things before that he didn't follow through on. Proportional representation. A re-elected Liberal government will work with provinces and territories to partner and implement national pharmacare, he said while campaigning during the federal election that year. In 2024, the Pharmacare Act received royal assent in Ottawa, and that same year, the federal government began negotiating pharmacare deals with each province and territory individually. The program was to begin with coverage of contraception and diabetes devices and medications. So, hopefully you're cured of these conditions. Carney's inertia. Currently 3 provinces, PEI, Manitoba, and BC, and 1 territory, the Yukon, have deals, but no new pharmacare deals have been reached since Mark Carney became Prime Minister in the spring of 2025. For months, Newfoundland and Labrador have been saying it was waiting for the federal government to restart negotiations that stalled when federal election was called last year. Provincial Health Minister Leila Evans has made her frustration clear. Things need to change, Evans said, when asked about pharmacare at a healthcare announcement in April. If you want to talk about equity, a national program, well, then we need to be included. Her comments came just days after PEI Health Minister spoke out, saying in March 2029, the federal government's plan to cut the $7.7 million Prince Edward Island currently receives for contraception and diabetes devices and medications under its pharmacare deal with Ottawa. So, it's a good thing diabetes can be cured, and there'll be no need for contraceptions after 2029. The federal health minister responds. In the House of Commons on April 23, Federal Health Minister Marjorie Michael was asked by the NDP if the Liberals were breaking their promise to create a national pharmacare program and cutting its funding. Regarding Prince Edward Island and the article colleague referred to, we are not making any cuts. These programs that are set to end in the coming years, Michael said in French. We're not cutting them, but we're just allowing them to go away. After promising we wouldn't do that. So it's not technically a cut. It's just kind of like, you know, a lie by omission type thing. Council of Canadians pushing back. Earl said the federal health minister is being disingenuous. This was not the plan under the Pharmacare Act. This was supposed to be a phased rollout and each province would sign an agreement with the government, she said. The Council of Canadians is calling on the Atlantic provinces to pull together to save the National Pharmacare Program. It says Canadians were promised. The push for pharmacare has always been quite strong in the Atlantic provinces, and we're hoping that the Atlantic province ministers will band together to make the federal government aware that, no, we need to move forward with pharmacare, says Earl. We feel the residents of Canada need to tell Prime Minister Mark Carney, no, we voted to have pharmacare and that we're expecting you to deliver. Earl said the group is calling for a truly universal national pharmacare program that provides comprehensive coverage for a broad spectrum of medications for Canadians who need them to stay healthy. Can't say I'm shocked that, you know, this would be cut. Meanwhile, Mark Carney is spending billions on military and police forces. Also, they like to brag about things that aren't real. So here's the Prime Minister of Canada office tweet account. Everyone deserves safety, dignity, and freedom, today and always. We work towards a country where 2S LGBTQI+ communities can live openly and authentically, free from discrimination, hate, and violence, because a Canada for all is a Canada without hate. Did he mention any of this to Danielle Smith when he was talking about MOUs and pipelines and destroying the environment? As the source point out, you partner in crime took away trans kids' health care and is trying to ban every LGBTQ+ book in the province, but doesn't matter if we burn the planet down faster. And we'll be getting more into this in a different docket of their little agreement. But yeah, doesn't say anything to her about that, isn't pushing back at the fact that, you know, she's using the notwithstanding clause to take away the rights of trans kids. All that sort of stuff. Banned health care for trans kids and all. No, that's not the issue. The issue is, can we destroy the environment? Can we override environmental regulations and just shove these pipelines through Indigenous land without their consent? Well, actually, I can't really imagine them consenting to that sort of thing to begin with. Anyway. But this is what the Liberals and the Conservatives tend to do, is like, we'll recognize the day, but we won't have any actions that actually back up the words we are saying. Because here's another similar instance of this. Mark Carney saying, pride is a promise that every Canadian can live safely, openly, and proudly as themselves. On the International Day Against Homophobia, Transphobia, and Biphobia, we recommit ourselves to fight for the dignity, security, and equal rights of 2S LGBTQIA+ people in Canada and around the world. So these are the words he has said, but this is the action he has taken. As this person points out, didn't this man cut the shit out of women and gender equality? Yeah. There isn't a minister for women and gender equality anymore. He got rid of that position. Cut the programs, all that. He made a minister for AI, but the minister for women and gender equality was cut. Minister for like DEI type stuff, that was also cut. And then the programs related to that, cut. So the words aren't matching the actions. So that was a bit of a short docket, which is good because we still have a lot of dockets to get through. I can close this and then I'll close those. And so I will be touching more on the environment and talking about the MOU and the oil pipelines between Mark Carney and Danielle Smith and whatnot. Just closing these tabs so my computer isn't so mad at me. But before we get to that, I do want to get to some provincial news. I think it's this docket. Yeah. Okay, yeah, some provincial news next. But of course, before we get into that, go and check the SandBox. I might need to take a bit of a break to go get my inhaler. I'm feeling it in my lungs right now. Hello, reference frame. And I probably need to get in there a drink. Oh, Manoop. And B-Cat, welcome, welcome. Let's see. Okay, saw that. So like they have anti-anxiety treats for pets, and the photo on the bag is hilarious. The cat and dog, and they look absolutely stoned. I get carried away. Says I like mixing medium with glitter, then like palette knifing it onto the canvas. I'll have to try your technique. I'll have to try yours. Might be easier to do it that way. Because there's so many sparkles, I have to then vacuum them up. But it's messy. It's messy. And then I have to be conscious as to what sparkles I put down in what order so that I have to do the dark sparkles first. So then when I'm putting the lighter sparkles on, if it crosses over, it's not that noticeable. And, but then I have to wait for the one to dry so that if they do kind of splash, anyway. Rusty, is Canada getting ready to resist U.S. invasion? There's nothing we could do to resist a U.S. invasion. We can make it lousy for them once they get here, but a lot of Canadians will talk shit about that sort of thing, but the U.S. military, like, come on. Like, it's just, that's not something we can compete with, even with all the extra billions that Mark Carney is spending in it. Like, the United States has the biggest military in the world. I think it's like comparable to most other militaries combined. Like, it is not really a competition. If the United States decided that they really wanted to do a military invasion, there's not much we could do. All we could do is make holding it very difficult. But I don't think they would ever need to be a military invasion because economic privatization, buying stuff. The United States can take over Canada in a bloodless way if they wanted to, and are working on. Synonymous, maybe the high military recruitment has something to do with the invasion. There was an article attached to it, and it did mention something about, you know, the rhetoric that Donald Trump is doing increases nationalism, which also increases people's drive to want to get involved with that. So that was a part of it as well. As with most things, it's never just one thing. Hello, Danny. Welcome to the SandBox. Let's see. Hello, Matthew. Nice to see you. Synonymous. Frank thought Avi was too radical. Yeah, Frank Dominic thought that Avi Lewis was too far a radical left wing, when in reality, all the things that Avi is suggesting is reasonable. Like, I'm a radical left winger with some of the things that I want to do. I would say Avi's not going far enough in his rhetoric, but I'd be very happy if Avi could get past what he wants to. At least it's going in the right direction. Hello, Manoop. It's been a while. Do we have a blue tomato in here? Oh, there we go. Hello, blue tomato. Welcome to the SandBox. Not sure I've seen you before. Schmegly. Had to remember how to say that. Welcome back. Let's see. Bad lefty, stupid, wholesome ass chat. Yeah, what good is a chat if it's not contentious? Oh, I like that people play nice in the SandBox. It should be a welcoming environment. Let's see. Synonymous saying at least the feds haven't gone phobic yet. The one thing keeping me scared of the liberals losing. Yeah, I've mentioned that before too, but it's one of those things, like, it's nice that the Carney government hasn't, you know, been like anti-trans, anti-queer type stuff. But when it comes to like the economic things, they're more conservative than the conservatives in what they're doing. Hello, Mozart. Welcome to the SandBox. Silver linings, I guess. I don't know. I have dark sparkles. The black actually has sparkles on it. It's a black sparkle. On here. Anyway. It's starting to heat up this. It's going to be actually like really warm tomorrow. Starting to feel it in my apartment. Okay, why don't we get back to it? So, some provincial news. Some good, some not so good. But some updates on stories that I've been covering for a while. Just trying to see where the next video is, because I think I'm going to have to run out and get a drink. Oh, okay, there's a bunch of videos in this next docket to get to. Okay, so then I can close that other tab. That one there. Close. Okay. So, this is from The Breakdown, a wonderful Twitter account to follow if you want to keep up to date with Albertan news. It says, breaking, a judge has ruled that Elections Alberta CEO issuing of the separatist petition was a violation, and the decision to issue that has been quashed. The push to have an illegal petition has killed itself. So, there was this little hoorah that happened where there were people who wanted to have a referendum to say, we no longer want to be part of Canada. And they were talking shit about it. They were all about it, all over social media, saying, we need a referendum to separate from Canada. And so there was a process you're supposed to follow. And before they did, before they did any of the actual work, another group swooped in and said, do you know what? We're going to have a petition or a referendum to say we want to stay in Canada. And you can't have two opposing referendums at the same time. And so because the we want to separate referendumers dragged their feet, the other ones got in. But they're like, the pro-referendum, the pro-separatists were like, oh, that's not fair. We still want to do it anyway. And so now the judge is like, no, you can't. Sorry. It's done. You can't. You can't. One referendum is going to happen. It's not yours. And so here we have Gill quote tweeting about this news, saying Danielle Smith makes it clear that she will continue to carry water for the separatists. As she does, so let's remember what Margaret Thatcher said about referendums. They are device of dictators and demagogues. Smith isn't defending democracy. She's making a mockery of it. And so Danielle Smith will always be like, I don't think we should separate from Canada, but I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that the separatists have a good shot at getting this referendum through, even though, as I've explained on this channel before, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if there's a referendum and the referendum says we want to separate. They can't. That's just a hard no. The treaties aren't with the province of Alberta, it's with the Crown. And so the First Nations treaties, you know, that's not your land to take. So there's those issues. There's a whole bunch of other issues like, who are you going to trade with? You're going to have to redo all your trade agreements, international. What currency will you use? Are you going to update your passports? What about the CPP? What about all these other federal government organizations that, you know, help out Alberta and all this sort of stuff? Like, they can't separate. Even if they want to, even if there's a referendum that says they want to, they can't. I could do a poll in the SandBox right now with everyone saying that I should have a mansion. And I'm sure you would all agree with me that I should have a mansion. I can't. Like, it doesn't matter if we all agree that that sounds like a good idea. It won't happen. It can't. And so Courtney here saying breaking, Danielle Smith says that while her government supports Alberta staying in Canada, she will be appealing the court decision that quashed the possible separatist petition referendum.
Government does support Alberta remaining in Canada. We think that today's decision by the court
We support staying here. We're just going to do everything we can to make sure we don't.
will deny opportunity to well over 300,000 Albertans to have their petition verified by Elections Alberta. We think that this decision is incorrect in law and anti-democratic, and we will be appealing it as.
Actually, the judiciary is part of our democratic system, and it should be nonpartisan, which means that occasionally they will vote in ways that make these dictator-esque type people not happy. That's the role of the courts. That's what they do. That's part of our democracy, is to have a judiciary.
The result. Our cabinet and caucus will, of course, be meeting in the next couple of days to discuss the full context and make some decisions after we've had a chance to.
I'm surprised she hasn't pulled the notwithstanding clause yet to be like, nope, we're still going to do the referendum, even though the courts decided we can't. So a little bit more on this. Jason Markusoff on Alberta judge quashing the petition for separation referendum. I don't need to read this because they will say it in here.
This puts the whole question of the referendum in jeopardy. Tell us about this decision and what it means.
That's right. It seemed for the last few months that Alberta was on a steam train toward a referendum that Danielle Smith had been proposing for October 19th. Justice Shayna Leonard of the Court of King's Bench in Alberta has basically took that train right off the rails. Several First Nations challenged the decision to hold this separation petition, this petition to force a referendum this fall. And they and they were saying that you haven't consulted. You have a duty to consult First Nations. You have a duty to consult First Nations on major events, including taking Alberta out of the treaties that Canada had written with First Nations.
Those treaties written with the Crown, not with the province. The province does not own the land.
And Justice Shana Leonard indeed said that they had a duty to consult. They did not consult before issuing this petition. Therefore, this petition, this 300,000 signature petition that had been presented just last week and completed and ready to go and to force a referendum, that's been quashed.
Okay, so the petition has been quashed. The petition was a precondition to trigger the referendum. There was a failure to consult with the treaty nations who would be affected by this, and also ignoring an earlier court decision that have found that separatism would have an impact on treaties.
That sounds pretty straightforward to me, that this can't go forward, but they're all unhappy about it. And so here's another clip from Scott. And somebody just pointing out, like, even if there was a referendum, how can you expect a fair vote on this when one side, the separatists, are cheating? And there's been videos put out there. Watched one recently from the CBC. I covered it briefly too on one of my live streams, how a lot of the influencers that are pro-separatist aren't Canadian. I know, it's not shocking. The one video I saw on it was basically saying that a lot of these people who are pro-separatists, they don't care even at all about the politics. They're just making these videos because they do well in the algorithms and make them money. But they don't actually give a shit about the actual politics behind it. That's what we're dealing with the social media climate, where you'll have influencers on YouTube and stuff that are making videos, not because of any political beliefs, but just because they know it does good in the algorithms and will make them money.
When you look at this, just the developments today, breach is bigger than we thought. We can't be completely confident. The list,
Actually, while this one is playing, since it's a couple minutes long, I'm going to go get a drink and a puff of my inhaler. I'll be right back. So here you go.
City is under control. And by the way, all of these signatures were collected as part of an improper process because of the government. I mean, the confidence level on a vote, should it happen on October 19th, being at the end of a proper campaign, can't be sky high.
I think it's zero. I think that it's impossible to say that this referendum could go ahead without getting to the bottom of this voters list issue. Again, because it is directly tied to one of the questions that may still potentially end up on the ballot there, the question of separation. And this is about a movement that is willing to break the rules, to break the law, and it really must be said, to genuinely put people at personal risk in order to get their way. And the idea that somehow you're going to allow police investigations and Elections Alberta investigations to continue on their own timeline that may overreach the timeline of the referendum itself, and that you would not come to a conclusion on this investigation until after the referendum has been concluded, is frankly completely detached from any sort of reasonable reality.
Yeah, that's a point I hadn't considered, but that is a really good one, Jody.
And the Premier has yet to actually answer how this process could have any credibility when this remains the situation. So I don't know how it is that she would be able to maintain a position in opposition to an inquiry on this, or to maintain that there would be this question on the referendum, particularly now in light of the court decision. But you can't expect Albertans to fairly vote on this question when it's clear that the forces in favor of separation are cheating.
Yeah, would you look at the timing of that? I'm back just on time. But yeah, good point. That how can we actually expect this to be a fair vote when one side is just blatantly cheating? But a little bit more about this, I guess from the same news clip. And again, when conservatives, and it's generally conservatives who do this, when they start claiming that as soon as a judge rules in a way that they don't like, that it's undemocratic and there's something wrong and it's leftist, these radical leftist judges and all that sort of stuff. They are undermining our democratic system. The judiciary is part of our system. And when they start sowing doubt in part of it, that does bigger damage than they think. And it's not all right what they do when they do this. Because it's only ever in one direction. It's only ever when they're upset over said particular ruling for whatever reason.
The Prime Minister has a real challenge because Danielle Smith clearly has no political incentive to get to a finish line when it comes to conflict with Ottawa. And she has made a choice here to accelerate, to ratchet up the pressure. I think Tim is exactly right that in that press conference, the key word there was undemocratic. There's nothing undemocratic about the judge's decision. She may not like it, she may wish to appeal it, and that's well within her government's rights, but it's not undemocratic. And her choice there is to run down the very system itself. And I think at the end of the day, Albertans have to look around and realize that what the outcome of this push on separation and sovereignty has been so far is to destabilize the investment environment in the province dramatically, and now to put almost 3 million Albertans' personal information up on the open web. That's what the consequence has been so far.
Right.
The Prime Minister...
Yep, 3 million. Over half the province was doxxed. And there are consequences for that. There's a fallout. There are people who have already been forced to move because of this. And we do not know the extent of the damage. And as I said when this first happened, is that list is now out there. There are people who have made copies. It's out there now. Over half the province. Their phone numbers, addresses, names, all of that. In a database that's accessible that was accessible and potentially seen by thousands of people. And this was all done in that push for this referendum to have this happen. So this is already one of the outcomes of this very, to have this push, to have this separation thing. Again, something that even if there was a referendum and even if they voted to separate, it cannot be done. And so over half the province now has their private information out there over something that could have never happened in the first place. But a little bit more about the information that was leaked, that over half the province. So Alberta's Deputy Chief Electoral Officer says thousands of people may have accessed the voter data.
So people who may have received the data set, their names weren't disclosed so that you could send the cease and desist and seek their compliance. It may have been a broader sharing than initially thought. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's the information that we have currently, that yes, there may be a broader list than was given to us originally.
But how much broader? Like how many more people might we be talking here? Is it single digits or is it double digits or is it you just don't know?
It's difficult to say at this point. We suggest it's probably in the thousands.
Thousands of people may have received this list, is what your information is?
Or who? You got to keep in mind that not just received the list, that would include anybody who accessed the application and viewed the list as well.
So of the thousands of people who've received it or viewed it, copies were made. Absolutely, copies were made. This information is out there now. And so unless you've moved since 2025, your information is public.
Okay.
So altogether now, what we don't know is exactly who and how many people received the list and had direct access to the full list of electors.
So moving on now to Manitoba. I have a lot of mixed feelings about Wab Canoe, and in these few little video clips I have of him, I'll share some of those mixed feelings. He's good on some issues, horrid on others. He strikes me as a liberal, as what liberals at least used to claim to be, with his things. Like he sent out his condolences when Charlie Kirk was murdered, even though he probably didn't even know who Charlie Kirk was, even though he doesn't do that for anyone else. He hasn't, made a post about the loss of life in Gaza or anything, but, this right-winger who wanted people like him dead. He has to take a moment to recognize Charlie Kirk's passing. He's also a fan of AI, Wab Canoe is. Big fan of AI. He's a big fan of more policing and that sort of thing. But, he made a promise to search the landfills for the women who were missing, that they knew their bodies were dumped in the landfill. He followed through with that. Those families got closure. He's helped with access to medical facilities and stuff. He's done some good things. This is one of the good things, because when you have, in this case, their neighboring province of Saskatchewan, using the notwithstanding clause to take away people's rights, maybe people should be speaking out about it, other politicians and leaders. So this is kind of a two-parter, this particular topic, but he seems to be very good on this issue. And so talks about it a bit in this clip, and then in the next clip, he directly goes after Saskatchewan and what they've done, which when you have leaders, provinces, blatantly violating the rights of their people, other leaders and provinces should be calling it out, should be letting people know it's not okay. That, yeah, what that leader did, Scott Moe in this case, is wrong. And that your value, your life, your rights, they matter. Be nice to hear this from a federal level, but, we'll take what we can get these days. So here's the first clip.
And the reason why I wanted to put those three things together is because I want to call out people on the right wing who target vulnerable minorities. We're cutting the gas.
Like Charlie Kirk. Just saying.
Tax. We're cutting the tax on groceries. Conservative leaders in other parts of the country haven't done the same thing. And we're also a government that stands with trans people and other vulnerable minorities. So if you love tax cuts, if you want your life to be more affordable, I want someone who believes in the right wing to explain to me how cutting taxes has anything to do with attacking LGBT people. Because it doesn't. And the only time they bring out the anti-trans and the only time they bring out the anti-LGBT is when their polling numbers are going down. So whose game are you playing into? You're playing into the game of the rich billionaires who own tech companies, who have funded Donald Trump, are targeting our kids, and are making a killing off of working people fighting each other instead of fighting a system that is keeping the working person down.
Okay, good rhetoric. I like it. And here's a bit more on that.
And today, we have intervened at the Supreme Court in the matter of UR Pride against the government of Saskatchewan, standing up to say that trans people should not be targeted by a government using the notwithstanding clause in our Constitution.
Yeah, we need more provinces and other political leaders calling this shit out. That they're using the notwithstanding clause to take away the rights of trans children in their province. It's striking what the notwithstanding clause has been used for. Never to improve people's lives, but always to make it more difficult for vulnerable groups. But then we get into this. By saying the left wing and the center left have to get our act together. Which I'm a little bit more to.
And so I think when we come to the political consensus that has dominated politics in Canada for far too long, it's time for us to move forward. We can call out what's going on the right wing. It's very, very toxic and damaging. We see what's happening in the United States of America. But the left wing and the center left have to get our act together as well, too, because we have to speak to working people. And the single greatest threat against climate change is if we lose a generation of blue-collar Canadians because they don't think that a climate plan is going to be something that they can afford. So we have to do better. And so I think...
So I don't necessarily disagree with this, but here's the thing. Left wing and center left or centrist. The left wing regularly says, hey, liberals, why don't we work together? And the liberals regularly say, nah, not unless it benefits us specifically. And you see this come election time where, you know, there will be some places that would be like, okay, we shouldn't split the vote. We should have, you know, between the Liberals and the NDP, which candidate is more likely to win and the other one step down. And the Greens and the NDP, or at least sometimes the NDP, will be more likely to say, yes, we should do this. We should have whoever is polling less to step down so that we don't split the vote. The Liberals are never on board with that. They'll only say you shouldn't split the vote when they're worried that the NDP or Greens will do better than them. But the rest of the time it's like, no, we're not going to do that. And we see this pattern over and over again. As much as people shit on the left wing saying, we don't want to work with others and stuff like that. No, we regularly do. It's just the centrists don't want to work with us unless it only benefits them. Okay, let's move on to Ontario. Remember that federal government all about that police? Well, same with Doug Ford. Mark Carney and Doug Ford are like twinsies with everything that they're doing. It's interesting how much Mark Carney is getting along with like Danielle Smith and Doug Ford, and yet I don't think he's really done anything with Wab Kinew. Funny how that works. You know, the whole centrist and left wing working together stuff. Yeah, no. But yeah, no, this might as well have been a Mark Carney tweet. Doug Ford says, this National Police Week and every week our government will always have the backs of the incredible women and men in uniform who keep Ontario safe. Yeah, and I've covered lots of news stories about how police use their positions of power to stalk, generally speaking, women, ex-partners, things of that sort, how they get away with crimes like drunk driving, and how they assault peaceful protesters and all that sort of stuff. Again, I don't necessarily feel safe. You know, I've helped someone go into the police station to be like, his car was broken into. And they're like, yeah, so? Why are you bugging us? Because the person that I went into the station with, I guess he didn't own enough property. Owning the car wasn't good enough. He would have had to own a lot more property for them to actually care. Oh, and here's Doug Ford also talking about nurses. Oh, that's nice, isn't it? Now, again, we're going to get to the words versus actions thing. So when it comes to the police, he has absolutely endorsed the police. He's bought them special helicopters and stuff and spent so much money on the police. Well, here he's saying National Nursing Week is a chance for us to thank our incredible nurses for the compassionate care and support they provide every day. Since 2018, we've helped an historic 100,000 nurses join our province's workforce. But how many have we lost, and how many of that went into the private for-profit stuff? 30,000 more are currently studying at Ontario schools, many of them supported by our Learn and Stay grant, which covers tuitions and blah, blah, blah. Happy Nurse Week. Caring for those in the most vulnerable times with level of compassion and dedication and so on and so forth. Have a back out tweet. And somebody just saying, fuck off, you POS. You froze our wages for years and spent millions of taxpayer dollars fighting us against us in court. You underfund hospitals. We have to work short-staffed and burned out. You are useless, fuckless. You are a useless fucking POS. Resign, asshole. That's what the nurses think of Doug Ford. And let's get to those actions again. This is from Tina Yazdani, who lost her job with CTV News, and I'm sure Doug Ford was relieved, but then she got a job with Trillium, and now she's doing even more work exposing his government. And so she says here, the Ford government says it is addressing capacity pressures inside hospitals, even as a new report finds a sharp spike in ER wait times is putting patients at risk. The majority of hospitals are also forecasting budget deficits. We asked the health minister about the findings. So, how much do you really care about those nurses, Doug Ford? Huh, Dougie?
A sharp spike in emergency room wait times is putting Ontario patients at risk, according to a new report from the Canadian Centre for Policy Alternatives. I'm going to walk you through some of the findings. Patients are waiting an average 4.5 hours for an initial assessment from a doctor. That's up from 2.7 hours 5 years ago, a 67% increase. They're also waiting an average 44 hours to be admitted to an inpatient bed. That's up from 29 hours 5 years ago, a 52% increase. I asked the health minister about these wait times. Take a listen. Increase in emergency room wait times acceptable to you?
What we're seeing actually is through High data, we have now seen that the least serious of our individuals who are going into emergency departments are actually decreasing. And part of that work is absolutely the work that we're doing on the primary care.
Sorry, the wait times are decreasing, you're finding?
No, what I'm saying is when we give individual opportunities, whether it is scope of practice changes, whether it is primary care access, then individuals make decisions not to go to an emergency department because they have those other opportunities.
So she says the government's efforts to divert...
Yeah, other opportunities, as in they're desperate, so they have to go to these new opportunities provided, as Tina will explain.
Non-urgent cases away from hospitals and to community settings like doctors' offices and pharmacies is working. And in fact, today the government announced it is expanding pharmacist powers once again. They can already treat 19 common ailments, and the government is adding another 5 to the list. The health minister says 2.4 million people have used this service since it was launched 2 years ago. But critics say the popularity of the program is an admission that hospitals just can't keep up.
You know, should we be looking at other healthcare professionals and their scope of practice? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, is that going to solve the problem we have, which continues to grow, which is our hallway healthcare crisis? It has gotten worse. The Minister of Health doesn't want to address that, wants to pretend everything is A-okay, and the reality is that people in Ontario...
Phyllis, I'm seeing that the volume is low. Unfortunately, that's just Tina's video. I don't have an app on here where I can boost the volume too much, so unfortunately, you'll just have to crank the volume for this.
Sicker, they are waiting longer to get the health care they need.
Another major finding from this report, the majority of Ontario hospitals are in the red. So more than 70% of hospitals are projecting budget deficits to end this fiscal year, and that's up from 55% of hospitals last year.
Taking out a line of credit just to meet payroll, you have a major problem the government is failing to address.
The government invested an additional $1.1 billion in hospital funding in this year's budget, but the Ontario Hospital Association has said that's about half of what they need. A sharp spike.
Oops. In more ways that Doug Ford is fucking us all over. So this is from Global News. Premier's office files saved in Google Docs. Excluded from Ontario transparency requests. Oh, if only we had the ability to do, like, I don't know, a freedom of information request. Good to know that they're using Google fucking Docs to post their government business. What could possibly go wrong there? It's in the cloud.
In the highest levels of government, sensitive information is often kept under digital lock and key. Government ministers, staff, and senior bureaucrats are told to use official provincial programs to secure confidential government records. But senior staffers in the Premier's office have been bucking that requirement, relying instead on Google Docs to store privileged government information.
Why is the government using Google Docs to create
Wasn't there a whole scandal like down in the United States about people using like their own personal emails and all that sort of stuff for official government business? I'm sure it's not like it swayed an election or anything down in the States. Seems to be a big deal for some reason. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe it's not that important that they're using Google Docs, something that could easily be hacked and leaked online. Well, without the freedom of information requests available to us, I'm not suggesting anyone do anything illegal.
edit, discuss, share cabinet confidential records.
Global News has already revealed how Premier Doug Ford's Chief of Staff, Patrick Sackville, has used Gmail to communicate official government business. But when Global News used Freedom of Information laws to request all government materials from Gmail addresses, the province blocked the request, acknowledging that the materials in those personal accounts include policy proposals, plans to roll out official legislation, and even a draft speech the Premier was preparing to deliver to his cabinet. All sensitive, confidential materials stored on unsecured private accounts.
It's confidential information.
What could possibly go wrong?
If they're just using any system to do this work with these documents, they're not protecting the public interest.
The government said that any information and content shared on collaborative platforms such as Google Docs are reflected in official government documents. Critics say there's no way of verifying that.
What the public should also be concerned about is a culture of secrecy. The fact that the government has things that they clearly want to hide from the people of Ontario, that they want to create a situation where there's no transparency and zero accountability when things go south.
The government has yet to say whether it has stopped using Gmail or Google Docs for official work. Critics of the Ford government say there was a particularly egregious use of Google-related products to conduct government business, and that was during the Greenbelt scandal when the Auditor General had uncovered the fact that staffers were using private email addresses to talk about how that Greenbelt land was going to be handled. Critics have also pointed to Premier Doug Ford, who uses a private cell phone for government business, not a government-related cell phone. They say he's the one setting the precedent at the top. Reporting live at Queen's Park.
Yeah, so that's Colin DeMello, and Global News was also in that court battle with Doug Ford to have his personal cell phone records released because he was doing a government business on it, and the judge said, yep, this has to happen, and then Doug Ford passed the FOI law, making it so that they don't have to give over any information, not him or any ministers, and it goes back to about 1988. So it's also retroactive. So all that information that was requested and granted, if the government hadn't handed it over yet, they now don't have to. Because they have nothing to hide. Absolutely nothing to hide. Oh, right. There was that whole gravy plane thing, jet, that Doug Ford seemed to be hiding, and there was pushback and he had to sell. But now that we're learning that the expenses were even higher than what he initially said. Can't say I'm surprised. I'm glad Tina is still on the case.
Premier Doug Ford wasn't available for questions at Queen's Park the day after his government released the receipts for the sale and purchase of his private jet. So the government did sell the $28.9 million jet back to Bombardier, but the documents show taxpayers are on the hook almost $200,000. The additional expenses include almost $140,000 in aircraft management services, almost $34,000 for expert aviation legal services, and almost $18,000 for aviation acquisition support.
Wow, $200,000. That's a little bit more than one cop's salary. You know, that money, both the cop's salary and the jet, could have gone to better things, like those nurses we were talking about earlier.
Today, opposition parties called on the Premier to pay taxpayers back out of his own pocket.
The Premier is so entitled that even after spending over $30 million from the people's pockets, he doesn't think that he owes them the truth. So I want to ask the Premier to stand up and tell us, will you pay the people of Ontario back for your midlife crisis gravy claim?
Speaker, while the opposition likes to talk down the Ontario economy, the Ontario people, and the Ontario workers, we know that our businesses here in Ontario, they are resilient.
Does this Premier have absolutely no respect for the taxpayers' dollars?
Speaker, well, the Leader of the Opposition seems to like a lot of numbers, so why don't we talk about the $222 billion worth of investment we've landed here into Ontario.
So as you can see there, the Premier wasn't in the building to respond to those questions, but a number of ministers did stand up to respond. Instead, they kind of diverted away from the plane issue. But the opposition says this story isn't going away.
They wasted taxpayers' dollars, and that the Premier put himself ahead of so many people who are struggling to get by right now. I think.
But this is nothing new. This is what Doug Ford has been doing from day one since he's been in office, is putting himself and his rich buddies before the people of this province. How he's been elected 3 times is just... It's such sad commentary on the political literacy of this province. Because if people were actually plugged in and paying attention to what Doug Ford was doing, there's no way in hell he'd be elected. None. But all a whole bunch of people see is the conservative brand, and they go for that. And then they don't pay attention to what he's actually doing. They don't pay attention to the scandals. They don't pay attention to the millions and billions he's wasted that are now no longer going into the coffers, that the jobs are going down, the homelessness is going up. All of this. They don't pay attention to that, but they'll still vote conservative. Absolutely frustrating. Like, just, it makes me want to scream.
People are just saying, you know what, we want a government that's going to help address the housing affordability crisis. We want a government that's not going to pile debt on the backs of students. We want a government that's going to invest in healthcare. And instead, this government prioritized a private luxury jet for the Premier.
Those documents also show the government actually purchased this plane back in January. That wasn't made public until about 4 months later. The Premier also didn't ever actually use the plane.
So they bought something they didn't use, like it was a treadmill or something. Now, moving on to a little bit of a scandal. Scandally scandal around elections and stuff. So Nate Erskine Smith loses bid for Ontario Liberal nomination, considers challenge. So Nate here was going to run in a seat that opened up from an Ontario NDP MPP who quit her job so that she could run in a federal riding that had opened up. As a Liberal, she decided to run as a Liberal in that riding. She won. So she totally gave up on being NDP. And so Nate here was going to go into that riding at the provincial level to see if he could get a seat so that he could run for the provincial Liberal leadership, which is currently underway. But apparently he lost his seat there. Like he didn't win that seat. And it's really kind of sketchy stuff that happened. So former cabinet minister and Liberal MP Nate Erskine Smith is suggesting he may challenge the results of a nomination contest for a provincial riding after he came up short in the vote. And this is from Global News. The Ontario Liberals voted on Saturday to nominate Ashul Hafez as their candidate for the yet-to-be-announced by-election in Scarborough Southwest. Hafez, a local businessman in the riding and vice chair of the federal Liberal Party, won by just 19 votes. That's important. That's very important. A number Erskine Smith confirmed to reporters after the results. In his own comments after the vote, Erskine Smith signaled he might challenge the results, though he wanted to speak with his team. He told reporters that scrutineers during the vote told him they'd never seen anything like it. Asked what he meant, Erskine Smith said he was told by some scrutineers that half the people at one table had ID issues. I would like to hear from every single person who was in that room on our team to understand what took place and what their feeling is and if there is a legitimate reason to challenge, Erskine Smith said. Hafez said he doesn't want to focus too much on Erskine Smith's allegation, noting that the hallways were filled with people bearing his badge. Okay, so there's some issues here, some issues. And he released a statement on Twitter that's about 4 minutes long, had a lot of receipts in it. But Rachel Gilmore here, gotta switch to this screen, also she watched it, and so this video here is 6 minutes long and kind of summarizes what Nate was saying in his video and then adds some more information as to why this was really super sketchy. And speaking as someone who has gone through the process of trying to become a candidate, I can say this isn't just a Liberal Party issue. So, yeah, we don't live in a representative democracy here. And then Rachel says something at the end that I might push back on a little bit.
To lead the Ontario Liberal Party. A guy who was hoping to lead the Ontario Liberal Party and defeat Doug Ford is now at the center of one of the wildest politics stories I've seen in a while. A scandal that is exposing a vulnerability at the very heart of Canada's democracy in our elections. Federal Liberal MP Nate Erskine Smith was seeking the Ontario Liberal nomination in the riding of Scarborough Southwest. There was going to be a by-election in that riding soon, and it seemed like what Nate was trying to do was win that seat as the first step in ultimately seeking the Ontario Liberal leadership. But over the weekend, Nate lost the race to be the Liberal candidate on the ballot. Instead, Austin Hafiz won the nomination. He's a businessman who currently operates dozens of Domino's Pizza franchises. But then Nate's team came out and they dropped a bombshell alleging serious irregularities in the voting and saying that they're appealing the result. And if the stuff that they're claiming bears out, which there is some evidence like photos that they've already shown that suggests at least some of it is true, I personally don't see how the result can stand. Further, Nate himself has said that he's taking himself out of consideration, so even if he wins his appeal, he doesn't want to be the candidate. He just wants this to be fixed. He wants integrity in the nomination race.
So that there is also a good sign of somebody who does have integrity. And he understands that this would just influence and become about him and whatnot. So he wants the right thing done in this situation, and even if this gets reversed and this person who won no longer is in good standing with the party type thing and they have to do another election, he's not going to participate in it because he wants it to be about the candidate and not about the scandal.
So what kind of stuff is he saying went on? I would love to tell you. One of the main and most concerning things that he's highlighted is that there were 34 more ballots counted than there were recorded voters. And Nate...
That seems a little suspicious. So 34 more ballots than people counted, and that was that 19 number he lost by again, as Rachel is about to say.
The main and most concerning things that he's highlighted is that there were 34 more ballots counted than there were recorded voters. And Nate Erskine Smith, he lost the nomination by 19 votes. In fact, according to a copy of the Notice of Appeal, which was obtained and posted online by Sabrina Nanji of the Queen's Park Observer, so thank you, one of the ballot sheets was missing entirely, and at least one person was documented as having received a ballot after having already been recorded as voted. So basically, they were given a chance to vote a second time, or were incorrectly marked as having voted the first time. time. Either way, something is very wrong there. But here's where things get a little harder to wave away as simply the unacceptable product of incompetence and actually veer into potentially being something nefarious. According to the chief scrutineer, so person who monitors this whole process for Nate's team, who has trained, supported, or participated in election observer groups all around the world.
I've been a scrutineer before. You have to go through a workshop in order to do that.
He's alleging that there was an organized effort by Mr. Hafiz, so the guy who won's campaign, to direct, monitor, and pressure people throughout the voting process. Quote, we saw many cases of people hanging around watchfully in the voting area, telling voters explicitly what they should do. Multiple people took calls on speakerphone or video so they could get instructions in the voting booth while marking their ballots. Dude,
You're not, generally speaking, like if it comes to an election. So here we're talking about getting the nomination to become the candidate in a riding. But when we get to, like, let's say the provincial election, federal election, you're not allowed to be on the presence, like in the polling area, and telling people which way to vote or doing any sort of propaganda or being overtly political and stuff as to you might influence people. You're not allowed to do that. So, you know, the idea of being able to go on a speakerphone trying to tell people how to vote, probably not good. But when it comes to nominating someone to become the candidate, that's a different process than actually winning the riding in a provincial or federal election. And so the parties themselves are responsible for who becomes the candidate. And they run their particular elections through their riding associations and whatnot. And so there's no provincial or federal oversight on those things, which she's going to argue for, which I also agree, that maybe the party shouldn't be the one to determine that. That maybe there should be some oversight on this process so that things like this don't happen.
You're not supposed to be on a speakerphone call in a voting booth. Another wild thing here that the chief scrutineer for Nate's team alleges is that there were countless cases of individuals taking pictures of their ballots. And they have a photo of it. He goes on to say that, quote, in most of the world, this would be considered clear evidence of vote buying. That's a big allegation. On top of that, they accepted forms of ID that were kind of shocking. Nate's team said that, quote, among the large number of temporary residents who voted, many could not initially state their address when asked and defaulted to documentation. An unusually high number of people claimed to have just lost their driver's license or just moved to the area, they said.
So you have to be a member of the riding association that's live in the riding in order to actually be able to vote on who the candidate will be.
And some of the non-standard forms of ID that they accepted included digital report cards and Amazon orders. Despite all of these allegations, the Ontario interim Liberal leader John Fraser said that he has complete confidence in the integrity of his party's process. So
the leaders always do when it's somebody in that they want versus somebody they don't.
It'll be really interesting to see how this appeal plays out. Because the thing is, this is actually a way bigger issue than just this one nomination race. In fact, I kind of feel like I'm having deja vu because just a few months ago, there was a big scandal in Quebec that forced the resignation of the Quebec Liberal Party leader based on his leadership race, in which there were allegations of vote buying by party members. And there have been prominent former politicians of every political stripe who have come out and said that, yeah, actually, we need to be looking at what goes on in these nomination races. Aaron O'Toole, the former Conservative Party leader, said he believes nominations, provincial and federal, need more transparency and regulation. Former Conservative Cabinet Minister Peter MacKay said, quote, this goes on more often than not when he was on Power and Politics speaking about what happened with Nate Erskine-Smith's nomination race.
This goes on more often than not, and it's ugly. It's a dark side of politics. Interference in nominations is nothing new.
Former NDP MP Nathan Cullen said that in nomination races, quote, that's where the shenanigans really go on.
But in many ridings, that's where the heavy thing
because there's no proper outside, I just had the word. Oversight. That's it. There's no outside oversight. It's all done in party. And so if anything, any weird shenanigans go on, well, it's just for the party to determine, you know, no process, no consistency as to how one riding votes in someone versus another riding votes in someone. There doesn't have to be consistency. There doesn't have to be oversight. Yeah, that just leads to issues.
Happens, and as Peter says, that's where the shenanigans really go on, not in the general. It happens in the nomination process.
And let me tell you why that really matters. Some ridings are considered safe seats for a given party. And that basically means that whoever wins the nomination race is winning the election, unless like hell freezes over. So the real race is the nomination race. But these races are run by the party, and each party sets their own rules, which is why one of the things that Nate's team is calling for is for Elections Ontario itself to be put in charge of managing the nomination process. Honestly, no matter how it happens, this gap in our democracy needs to be fixed. I mean, I know it's not a completely parallel system, but if you look to the states, we're seeing a lot of progressive candidates showing up and challenging long-standing, long-held Democrat nominations. And as a result, even if the establishment of a party is more stuck in the past or not necessarily reflecting the views of the grassroots of the party, these candidates can come in and force them to listen to the people. This is the Canadian equivalent of that. And if parties are setting their own rules and able to have this shady stuff going on, that impacts all of our ability to be fairly represented in our politics. So it's absolutely a story to watch. What do you?
Okay, so that last point she was making about this being the equivalent to American primaries. No. And that's where I was pushing back. I even left a comment under the video about it. They're not, like, I know at one point she said that not exactly parallel, but that, you know, when somebody comes in to contest, like for a contested nomination, that is, no, it's not. And the big reason why is down in the States, you have progressives running in these primaries, and then that can push the party, that can get the influence, they can win. The issue we have up here is the party gets to determine who can run for the nomination in the first place. So if the party determines that somebody is too progressive for that seat, they don't pass vetting. And so the party gets to determine who the candidates are to begin with. And that way they can make sure that the pool they're pulling from, that no matter who wins, is going to be somebody who is favorable to their agenda. That's the biggest difference. And that's why we can't have good things up here in Canada. Because down in the States, you just need to, I think, be a registered Democrat or something to run in that riding. You don't have to pass a vetting in order to do it. The people of that riding get to determine who it is. But here, no. The party gets to determine who the candidates are. And if they don't like who the potential candidates are, like me, they can simply deny me vetting, but then appoint someone else without vetting, which is what happened in my riding, where I was told I was going to be the candidate, but then days later they said, no, we don't think so. You didn't pass vetting, even though I was the only one to apply to be the candidate. They then appointed someone to be the candidate, and that person did not have to go through vetting. So this is not the same process as a primary. Primaries, you're far more able to get change than you are here. I think that's pretty much what I said in my comment. There's my comment. Yeah, I said, even if this issue is fixed, it doesn't open the door to allow more progressive candidates to run for leadership or to represent a riding. The party still gets to vet who runs. I'm speaking from experience with the NDP. So if there is someone who is more progressive, as in true to what the NDP used to stand for, they won't pass vetting for whatever reason, and they don't let the riding have a say. So the other issue is that sometimes the riding itself, they should be the ones determining who their candidate is. And the main office can swoop in and say, we don't care what the riding says, we're going to appoint this person. And then another form of vetting would be like for the federal leadership race. There wasn't the same issues that you saw like in this particular candidate thing, but there was a form of vetting through the extraordinarily high cost of entry to become a candidate for the leadership. And if we really want people who represent different ideas to run in these different ridings, who can maybe bring something new to the table, fresh to the table, represent the base of the party more, those barriers need to be taken away. Anyway, we're going to go to the SandBox. I have 2 more dockets to do. They're both on the shorter side. So one is about the environmental news, and then one is a split between 2 stories, some queer news that's pretty bad, but then also some lighthearted news to end the stream with. So we'll get to that in just a second. But first, you know how it goes right now. We're gonna be checking the SandBox. Oh. Let's see. I think I saw that. Yeah. Said hi to Blue Tomato. I don't think I've seen them in here before. Oh, there's Mozart coming in, so I can go down. Okay, yeah. Let's see. I get carried away. Says, same Sandy. I stayed inside most of the day, muggy and buggy. They've done something nice in my building. They've done an improvement. The hallways are air conditioned. So we don't have central air in our apartment units. We have an air conditioner, which is definitely needed. But then you would step out into the hall and like instantly melt because it was so hot in there. And then that heat also then kind of percolated into your apartment. But now they put in like a central air unit for the hallways. And so step out in the hall. It's like, it's kind of nice here. Might just get my sleeping bag and sleep out in the hall in the middle of some hot nights and stuff. But then that should help actually keep the building cooler in general. So, oh, that's good. That is good. Yeah, and there were some things around the Separatist Party in Quebec and the referendum they had in '95. And again, some issues there. Like when they were having that referendum, they actually put, Quebec put police around the reservations because the reservations were, that's federal land that the Indigenous peoples were forced to live on. And so then they were worried that the Indigenous peoples, the First Nations people, might not be happy with the results of the referendum. And so they were trying to box them in if it was the case that they voted to separate. Because, again, there's all those issues that not all the land in Quebec was Quebec land. A lot of it was federal land and First Nations land that simply couldn't just be transferred over, which would bring in a whole bunch of issues. Hello, Trevor Borns. And yes, the FLQ was a long time ago. But the Separatist Party is still there. Like, they run federally. That's the Bloc Québécois, generally speaking, is a Separatist party. But they don't They just kind of now try to pass policy in the best interest of Quebec without actively being like, we're separatists. But if they could just snap their fingers, that's what they would want. But they don't make it such a big deal anymore. What are people saying? The Wild West. I love Quebec so much I moved here. I do like Quebec when I visited. I'd never be able to move there because I rely on disability and I'd have to reapply in that province, and it's doubtful I would get through because you never get through the first round. And I don't have enough of a savings to be able to live off of that in the hopes that I get accepted. So I am stuck in Ontario for the rest of my life. Let's see. Some people talking French. The Wild West has some evil ancestors, apparently. I'm fairly certain everyone does. Just saying. Times were rough back in the days. And I'm sure if you go back far enough in anyone's history, you're going to find some really horrible people. I wish I could do a proper genealogy of my my lineage. I'd be super curious. But I'd have to do that, and then I would also have to do like a DNA thing, because the thing about genealogy is you don't necessarily know where you're from, because there could be some documents that aren't included about adoptions or illegitimate children or affairs and things of that sort. And so genealogy can only tell you so much. But if it got broken somewhere because of an affair or an adoption or something of that sort, then that might not be your family's history. And so I've always been curious about doing one of those DNA tests to find out where am I from, other than, you know, where my family is from type thing. Just Europe in general. Pretty much my heritage. But I have this look about me that most people would be like, I look like I'm from pretty much any European country. Have I said hi to you yet, Soul Life? If not, hello. Yes, Anonymous, I know. The Liberals, without a leader here in Ontario, are polling higher than the NDP. The NDP should have kicked Marit Stiles to the curb. They need a new leader. Her staying on has sunk that party. She's a shitty leader. She is not doing what needs to be done for that party. And we need somebody to step in, somebody who's more like an Avi Lewis or a Zora Mandami to take over the party, an AOC type figure. She is not it. She is just, you know, I kept on making the joke that between her and Bonnie, whatever her name was, the Liberal leader, you couldn't tell the two apart. They presented the same. They kind of looked alike. Their policy was the same. There was nothing separating them. And so her staying on Marat staying on as NDP leader, it sunk the party. It sunk the party. This was an opportunity to get a new leader and to really re-energize the base, you know, get people excited again, and they blew it. And the Liberals in this province are not much better. Well, they would have been a lot better than Doug Ford, but Doug Ford can only get away with everything he's doing right now because the Liberal Party chipped away at the foundation so much that all Doug Ford had to do was come in and push it over, and it all toppled. Philip Blair, we had kittens playing outside this morning. That's a good way to start the morning, in my opinion. I kind of want a third cat. I can't afford a third cat. The initial cost anyway, because if I adopt one, that's hundreds of dollars. The adoption fee plus when you adopt a cat, you know, they've already had their medical checked up, shots, they're fixed, all that sort of stuff is included in the cost. But if somebody just, you know, if the cat stork just drops a cat off to me, well, then I have to cover those vet bills and take it in and get its shots and a checkup and make sure that it's okay and everything. And I can't handle that, but I think I kind of want a third cat. I miss having a third cat. Yes, Philip. Cats are notorious for being like, yeah, you're not going to catch me on camera. It's kind of like when you see your cat and they're in the most adorable position ever and you get your phone out and your camera and you're ready to go. It's almost like they psychically know they're about to have their picture taken and they immediately move so they're not as cute anymore. They still might be cute, but yeah. Hermatologist, LOL. No, I have 8 cats and I feel bad I can't give them all more attention. Yeah. Philip Blair, my cat yells at me sometimes, demanding to sit on my lap. The one who's claimed me anyway, yeah. No, I sometimes have issues with Abernathy, like earlier today. He just wanted on my lap while I was here working, but he's too heavy to be on my lap here, sitting in this chair. It's hard on my legs. And I was busy working, and it's hard to work when he's there, and then he wants to play with things on my desk and stuff, and yeah. And Lanier can also get into those moods, but he's not as bad as Abernathy. Anyway, why don't we get through these last 2 dockets? So we'll start with the environmental news first, and then we'll scooch on to the last 2 stories of the day. So as I was talking earlier, data centers are shit. I am very anti-AI. I'm definitely anti all these data centers and things of that sort. They are just horrendous to the environment. They don't actually give us anything good, you know, just shitty AI videos and chat bots that, you know, even dockings will fall in love with and all that sort of stuff. They're toxic. They teach people not to be social anymore, making the cycle of capitalism even worse because then people don't know how to deal with each other. And so they isolate themselves even more, making themselves more vulnerable to the capitalistic machine and all that sort of stuff. And they don't know how to, you know, work together or unite and get things like unions and all. Like, it's bad. It's bad. I hate it. I hate it. And I hate that so much energy is being put into these fucking data centers when it is a bubble. And they do that at the expense of clean water, the environment, endangered species, people's just general health. There's some data centers down in the States where the air is now toxic for people. It's ridiculous. But there's such a massive push to get these through because it will make some billionaires a little bit more rich for a little while. Mark Carney is a huge fan of these. In fact, he has a minister of AI. He's such a big fan of these. And Canada has a lot of land to make these. Not shocking. So we're not going to get like a solar power farm, wind farms, you know, the ability to make renewable energies or all that sort of stuff. But we'll get AI data centers. Nothing that actually concretely improves the quality of life for anyone, except making rich people a little richer. And so the serfs are quote tweeting Mark Carney saying the data centers he's building will reverse the gains made by phasing out coal and will destroy water and soil for generations. It'll be the single worst climate contributor since the tar sands. Because again, remember I showed you those little tweets from Mark Carney about, you know, oh, I care about queer people. Yeah, we're good, we're good. Well, here's another type of thing where it's like the words aren't meeting the actions. So he says, through Canada's new nature strategy, we're protecting up to 2.4 million square kilometers of our lands and oceans so that future generations will inherit a stronger, healthier, and more sustainable Canada. So about that, here's another video from Rachel Gilmore. We're just going to watch the first couple minutes, then I'll toss the link into the SandBox so that you can finish watching it if you want. But Mark Carney's commitment to the environment isn't to help protect it. A lot of what he wants to do will absolutely and utterly destroy it for the future generations. So like I said, we're just going to be watching the first couple minutes of this video, and then I'll toss the link into the SandBox. How did this get tangled up by just sitting on my desk? Earphones. There we go.
Guilbeault, who is Canada's environment. I just got off the phone with Stephen Guilbeault, who is Canada's environment minister under Justin Trudeau. But he quit his post in Mark Carney's cabinet after Carney signed an MOU with Alberta that paved a path toward a new pipeline. And today, speaking with me while riding a bike, so sorry about the audio quality, he doubled down on what he told the Toronto Star's Althea Raj on Friday, which was that if Mark Carney moves on the proposals that he laid out on Friday, he was going to be going even further than Stephen Harper. Yes, Harper. Now, there's some specific.
So with Stephen Guilbeault here, he has integrity to a point, to the point where it would personally affect him. So he speaking out about this, he stepped down from a position, but he still caucuses with the Liberal Party. He's still a Liberal MP. He doesn't care about this enough to actually risk his political career to make a statement. So I give him no flowers for doing this half-ass measured. It's good that we get the information out there, but he is lacking in courageous integrity.
Specific context that you'll need to be able to understand the clip, so I'm going to play it a little later. Make sure you stick around. But I also asked Guilbeault about his future as a Liberal MP, because when he quit cabinet, he still stayed in the Liberal caucus. And well, I'll let you hear what he said.
Do you see a future for yourself in the Liberal Party continuing to sit as a Liberal MP as long as Mark Carney continues to head in these directions? Did Friday change anything from your previous answers to that question?
I mean, I think there are there are a couple of upcoming decisions that I'll be watching very closely. I don't think I answered your question. And I'm not, right now I've decided to stay, and I haven't made a decision about what will happen in the future because I want to see how these things will evolve in the coming weeks, I would imagine, by the looks of it.
I also asked Guilbeault if there are other MPs in the Liberal caucus who share his concerns about the direction that Carney is taking this Liberal government when it comes to the environment and climate change. Here's what he told me.
Do you feel like a lone voice in the Liberal caucus, or do you know of other MPs that share your concerns about this direction?
always difficult to speak on behalf of others, but I think, I have heard from some colleagues who said that they were very concerned, like I am, by what is being proposed.
Now, Guilbeault is...
So all of those who are very concerned but haven't spoken up are spineless cunts. I'm sorry, but Mark Carney shouldn't have a majority right now. And if the Liberals MPs who actually care about their party and the policies and were principled, they would have stepped down, because it ain't a Liberal Party anymore. It is absolutely 100% a raging conservative party. And so if there was any integrity to their principles there, they would have stepped down as a Liberal MP. But they haven't, because their careers are more important.
Not the only one, far from it, who is raising the alarm publicly about what Carney has planned in terms of speeding up approvals for major projects. See, in addition to speaking to Guilbeault, I've been in touch with environmental advocates all day long because I wanted to understand, so I can help you to understand, exactly why environmental advocates are so concerned about what Carney laid out on Friday. And let's just say, anyone who was convinced, as many were, that Carney takes climate change and the environment seriously, yeah, it's looking like you were hoodwinked by a man who really seems to be wanting to do worse things to our environmental protections than Harper. See, on Friday, the government...
Okay, and so I will toss the rest of that into the SandBox so that you can go check it out. There you go. Or you can just go to Rachel Gilmore's channel and subscribe and see the videos as she releases them. But here we have, so this is from Daniel, just pointing out to this Toronto Star article I can't read because of fucking paywall. The government is ending protections for endangered species, including orcas. Orcas are fucking amazing creatures. Very intelligent. Amending regulations to allow harmful pesticides, because what could go wrong there? Eliminating environmental assessments, building a pipeline, positioning for a massive sell-off of public infrastructure. How is that helping the environment? Like Mark Carney was saying here. Yeah, future generations will inherit a stronger, healthier, and more sustainable Canada that doesn't have any killer whales in it. No orcas. And the Surf's also just pointing that out because here's another Toronto Star article I can't read because of paywall, saying Carney government proposed targets extinction protections for endangered killer whales off BC coast. And the Surf's tweeting a meme out saying, fuck your kids, death to earth, also fuck them whales too. So it's not just the federal government that doesn't give a shit about, endangered species. It's also happening here in Ontario. So Bill 5 and Bill C5, very similar, which allows the province to override environmental protections, assessments, all of that sort of stuff. If this is a plot of land that an endangered species relies on, well, they can still plow through it if it's for, an infrastructure project they deem to be necessary for whatever reason. And, yeah, so here in Ontario too, Doug Ford is saying, fuck them whales too, even though we don't have whales here in Ontario, but, maybe those little cute birdies or something. And Mike Schreiner, the leader of the Ontario Greens, is, pointing this out, as it should be.
On April 28th, Ontario's Endangered Species Act died. What is the Endangered Species Act? Well, in Ontario, we had an award-winning piece of legislation, globally recognized for its forward thinking in protecting endangered species and species at risk in the province of Ontario. Species such as caribou, or barn owls, or woodpeckers, or landing turtles. So many species, including plant species like butternut trees, were covered by the Endangered Species Act.
I don't know what a butternut tree is, but we need to keep them because that sounds fucking amazing for a tree. Butternut tree. That sounds like a very good tree. I want to see more of them.
But the Ford government has gotten rid of it, all in the name of helping wealthy, well-connected insiders be able to destroy nature without having to go through a scientific review process, giving the minister the power to make determinations of what can proceed and can't proceed. We can be better than this, Ontario. If you think about it, what the government has done with its new legislation, it says, well, you can't actually shoot the animal, but you can destroy all the habitat needed to sustain that species. So why?
So it's social murder for animals. Because that happens to us humans here. You can't, the Ford government he can't come out and just shoot us and get rid of the ones that he doesn't like. But he can make it so bad and so difficult to live here that a lot of people just die through desperation, through disease, through despair. The people that become unhoused, the people who can't get the proper health care and stuff like that. That's social murder. And so right now they're creating an environment of social murder for animals as well.
Why do we care? Well, we care because I think we want a world in which we're connected to nature. I want my children to be able to see caribou in the wild, the nature that makes life so special. When you destroy that habitat, you put us at more risk. So if you think of the increasing severity and frequency of unsafe weather, droughts, floods, and other extreme weather events, having habitat helps protect us and species from that unsafe weather. So the Ontario Greens invite you to work with us to push back against Doug Ford's attack on the plants and animals, the nature around us that makes life so special.
Yeah. And also don't forget, with the pesticide thing too, a lot of the pesticides are killing off necessary insects like bees and whatnot, and toxic to humans. And there was a time when there was hope for the future, that we were going to get all this under control, where people actually cared about the environment. We were moving in the right direction after realizing some of the wrongs we did. To get to where we are now, with these fucking data centers and all these other environmental regulations just being able to be trampled all over, that species that we have been helping to keep off the brink of extinction for decades will now suddenly go away because of the fucking greed of people who already have more money than is ever possibly fucking necessary. You can take away 90% of Elon's wealth. Like, I'm not talking about a tax. I'm just talking about, you can go and take away 90% of his wealth, and his quality of life does not change at all. It stays the exact same. He still has access to everything he has access to. But if you even give a small, tiny fraction of that to somebody in need, it can be life-changing and life-saving. Elon Musk has enough money to, start a global revolution when it comes to renewable energy, when it comes to, feeding the hungry, housing, all of that. But no. Like, at least there's China. It feels like the more this world is progressing, the more Canada is becoming the United States, and more the United States is coming what the propaganda of China used to be back a while ago with, their factories and pollutions and stuff like that. It's like everything is shifting when it comes to these global empires. And so Canada is becoming the United States. The United States has become China, and China is becoming something that's different than both of them, but probably a little bit better. Not that China's perfect. Of course, there's issues. The government is horrendous when it comes to free speech and all that sort of stuff. Not like ours are that great either. All countries have issues. All countries have problems. All countries are bad in some aspects. But at least China's thinking long term and doing things to help the environment. something that maybe Canada, United States, UK could replicate, as opposed to just whining and complaining that China's about to be the next superpower? Do the things necessary to become that superpower, other than trying to make it so they can't sell chips or something. Why don't you change everything over to renewable here? Yeah. We have the land, we have the ability. Let's do that here and show the world a country that is completely run on renewable energy. We could do that. We could have done that. We didn't. So here, Ruba is just pointing out this was bound to happen. Canada has the world's largest bodies of fresh water. AI is a parasite that will render Canada dry. Some native reserves don't even have clean drinking water. Yes, we don't have clean drinking water to all reservations here in Canada, haven't for decades. But it's time to build data centers that will pollute the fresh water. And so this is from Mark Carney saying it's time to build steel, concrete, and code. Feds and TELUS announced 3 AI data centers in BC. Oh, I'm sure they're wanted. And I'm sure that's going to be right in the downtown core of a city. So we're going to destroy the fresh water as opposed to, making sure that everyone has access to it first. Yeah. But a little bit more on this. This is from CBC. Planned unveiled for a sovereign AI data center cluster in Kamloops, Vancouver. Government tell us to tout facilities' green features, but critics say plan is rushed. And you can't just say, well, we use algae in the toilet septic system, so therefore it's green. No, this is absolutely a net harm to the environment, any of these data centers. So Vancouver and Kamloops will be home to a new data center cluster under a planned partnership announced by the federal government and Tulsa. How about nothing to do with Elon Musk? Like, this is no. Fuck no. Speaking in Vancouver on Monday, AI Minister Evan Solomon, remember, no Minister of Women and Gender Equality, but we do have an AI minister, said the project would expand Canada's sovereign compute capacity while helping domestic, commercial, and academic interests to compete in the global AI economy. How about we just not participate in that? We can find other ways to grow our economy. It doesn't need to be through AI. The proposal involves expanding Tulsa's existing Kamloops facility and construction 2 new data centers in Vancouver through Ottawa's Enabling Large-Scale Sovereign AI Data Centers initiative, using Bill C-5 to also, again, circumvent environmental regulations. We are taking concrete action to build sovereign AI capacity here in Canada, so Canadians, innovators, researchers, and businesses have access to the compute they need. Sorry, that was just a weird sentence. While keeping Canada data, intellectual property, and economic advantage on Canadian soil. Yeah, that's not AI, just no. Tulsa says Kamloops project will be the first Vancouver project located at former Hootsuite headquarters in Mount Pleasant. Will come online later this year. A second facility at 150, I don't care about the address. The project will begin with an 85 megawatt power draw, scaling up to 150 megawatts by 2032. Tulsa President and CEO Darren Entwistle touted the project as a green initiative. According to Tulsa, the facilities will run on 98% clean hydropower and recycled enough waste energy to heat 150,000 homes, while destroying the planet in every other way. Tulsa says the projects will also use 90% less water than traditional data centers. That is working on plans to incorporate recycled water from BC Place Stadium. We're sending a clear message to the world. Canada will lead the AI revolution with uncompromising technological power and unparalleled climate leadership, and Twizzle said. The project has the backing of the BC government, which rolled out its own AI data center power policy in January. Of course, the BC NDP don't care. Let's see. This is a long article. Just want to scooch down to the bottom. BC Green Party leader Emily Lowen accused lawmakers of using a build first, regulate later model and said she wants a moratorium on new data centers in the province until stronger regulation and environmental policies are in place. We're seeing them override and bypass community concerns, specifically about the drain on fresh water supply. We're seeing this in Nanaimo and on the islands as well, she said. Local watershed groups in Kamloops, as well as are sounding the alarm on the acute drain this is going to have. They're at a great risk because they go through the worst of our drought cycle, extreme heat. Lowen says she was incredibly skeptical of Tulsa's environmental claims about the proposed data centers. She says it's hard to know what is true when projects of this type are fast-tracked without comprehensive environmental impact studies. I hope that it starts a public conversation about the speed at which government acts on private interest projects over public interest, she said. Why is it that an AI center can suddenly bypass environmental regulation, community consultation, and still take us decades to build a basic public transit? Concerns about data center power and water use have become a flashpoint in communities across North America as tech companies seek to expand their operations to keep up with AI's growing power need. Literally, a town in the United States said to its people, okay, you're shit out of luck for power because it's all going towards this new data center. And this is something that is being forced on people. People do not want more data centers or this stupid AI technology. It's something that's being forced onto us. So one 2023 study estimated that generating between 10 and 50 medium-sized responses with AI chatbot GPT uses half a liter of water, while a separate study by the International Energy Agency estimated data centers use 140 billion liters of water globally just for cooling in 2023. Meanwhile, not everyone in Canada has clean drinking water. So Avi Lewis commenting on this sort of thing, saying, it's time to build affordable homes, a national network of public grocery stores, electric buses, and east-west clean energy grid, not massive corporate AI data centers unleashed without any democratic debate. There's also no real data sovereignty in AI ecosystem dominated by U.S. tech giants. Tulsa may be Canadian owned, but it already transferred 14 petabytes of Canadian data to onto Google Cloud as part of its AI strategy. This is a technology that will bring sweeping changes at a scale and speed never seen before. Canadians deserve real oversight and robust regulatory framework before we rush ahead. That's why we're calling on immediate pause on the construction of any new AI data centers until strong federal guardrails are in place. We can't sit back and let big tech billionaires decide our future for us. But more in how Mark Carney doesn't give a shit about the environment or, Canadians in general. Carney Smith reached energy agreement that could see pipeline construction start in 2027. BC Premier says Carney is rewarding bad behavior. Polyev says PM not moving fast enough. So here, the BC Premier, it's like, this isn't good. But when it comes to those data centers, we're on board. So it's okay if you destroy the environment in this way, but not if you destroy the environment in that way. We only tolerate a certain type of environmental destruction. And this is also from CBC News. The federal and Alberta governments have advanced a climate and energy agreement that could see construction on an oil pipeline to the west coast start as early as September 2027. Prime Minister Mark Carney and Alberta Premier Danielle Smith made the announcement on Friday in Calgary. The agreement, which builds on the memorandum of understanding that the Alberta and federal government signed in November includes a plan to increase Alberta's industrial carbon price, though at a slower pace than previously projected. Huh. Would suck if they separated. Then what would they do? The agreement would see Alberta submit a proposal for a new oil pipeline to the Major Projects Office by July 1st and the federal government blah, blah, blah. Wanted to watch this video on it.
It's an honor to be here with Prime Minister Mark Carney to announce a major step forward in unlocking the enormous potential of Canadian energy. And I'm happy to share with Albertans that we'll be signing an agreement today that clearly sets out a pathway to the construction of a new oil pipeline to Asian markets, commencing as early as September 1st, 2027. The proposed West...
Again, Mark Carney has no problems teaming up with Danielle Smith for oil pipelines, but he's not talking to her about her trampling of trans kids, the destruction of their health care. You know, Alberta's further along with privatizing their health care than even here in Ontario. You think Mark Carney here has said anything to her about that? Maybe enforcing the Canada Health Care Act? Anything? No. Because he doesn't care about Canadians. He cares about his business buddies, the banking strategy of running a country.
Coast oil pipeline would transport more than 1 million barrels of oil per day. This landmark agreement builds on the collaboration between the federal and provincial governments following the signing of the Alberta-Canada Energy Agreement, which was signed in November of 2025. Our governments have agreed to make targeted changes to our respective environmental policies that will lead to tangible outcomes that reduce regulatory uncertainty and create the conditions necessary for Alberta to significantly increase its energy production and exports to Asian and other markets.
At the cost of the environment and Indigenous autonomy and, for a market that needs to go away. There should be no new oil pipelines made. Hard stop. Just none. The world can't have any more. We need to be getting rid of the ones that we have. We need to be moving to renewable energies. Like, I never thought so much before that I wanted to move to China, but fuck. It's getting really bad here.
Today's implementation agreement also results in Alberta avoiding a significant increase to the federally mandated industrial carbon price, saving Alberta's industry partners approximately $250 billion in compliance costs over the next 2 decades to 2050. Under the new carbon pricing agreement...
Okay, that's enough of that. I wanted to scooch down to the bottom. So carbon price to rise, we'll be watching something on that in just a little bit and how that's not really true or how this carbon thing isn't going to help. This is a long article. I'm going to toss the link into the SandBox so you can read up on all of it, but I wanted to get down to the bottom where they have the opposing views. So opposition parties blast Carney. Pierre Poilievre, the whiny little baby he is, says praise Smith's efforts but criticize Carney for moving too slowly on building a pipeline. Conservatives want a pipeline without a carbon tax, not a carbon tax without a pipeline, Poilievre said in a written statement. The Conservative leader said he would instead scrap the industrial carbon price and argue that pipeline construction should start this year. Yeah, so Pierre Poilievre is upset that Mark Carney isn't implementing his policy fast enough. It's like, Mark Carney's already doing everything Pierre Poilievre wants, so now he has to find a new reason to whine. It's like, oh yeah, well, if I was prime minister, I would do it now. I would snap my fingers, and we'd have those pipelines now. We wouldn't have to wait at all. No, gotta say that because Mark Carney, he's actually fast-tracking it. You know, the whole Bill C-5 thing where you don't have to, you know, do the whole environmental reviews and stuff like that and, you know, get consent of communities and negotiate. And no, he's gotten rid of all that, so it is already pretty damn fast-tracked. But Pierre Poilievre has to find a reason to whine. And so again, this is where that horseshoe bullshit really bugs me. Where it's like, oh, well, Avi Lewis says this, but Pierre Poilievre says that, and they're both really extreme. It's like, no. The conservatives and the liberals are fighting for different extremes of the same thing. They want the same thing. It's just different levels of extreme with it. There's no middle ground. It's, destruction of the planet versus let's try to save the planet. So you have the liberals and conservatives. So it's like, no, the planet can go to hell for the bottom line of our rich friends. Whereas the NDP is like, you want breathing air. Really nice. Drinking water, also good. So NDP leader Avi Lewis blasted Carney, saying the agreement marks the Prime Minister's official surrender to the oil and gas lobby. While the rest of the world races ahead on renewable building the economy of the future, the Liberal government is taking us backwards, locking us into more pipelines, more fossil fuels dependence, and more handouts for some of the richest corporations on earth, Lewis said in a written statement. Okay, so a little bit more here. Avi Lewis also again just pushing back against this, saying, this announcement marks the Carney government's official surrender to the oil and gas lobby. By gutting carbon pricing to the point of irrelevance, it has dismantled the last federal climate measures standing. We now have a federal government that no longer even pretends to rein in big corporate polluters. Meanwhile, renewables met 100% of the global demand growth for electricity last year. The rest of the world is racing ahead on clean energy, building the economy of the future. The Liberal government is taking us backwards, locking us into more pipelines, more fossil fuel dependence, and more handouts for some of the richest corporations on earth. An industry expected to make $90 billion in profits this year alone does not need more gifts from the public. Yesterday's release of the government's so-called clean electricity strategy is a transparent attempt to distract from this latest capitulation to fossil fuel industry. And it's not even a clean electricity strategy worthy of the name when it opens the door to more high-emission gas plants. Prime Minister Carney is rushing Canada in the wrong direction. His government has flooded the zone with sweeping changes all at once, bulldozing public debate, Indigenous consultation, and environmental protection along the way. The message to Canadians is crystal clear. The C-suite asks and Ottawa delivers. If you're a powerful corporation, you go to the front of the line. If you're struggling to pay rent and feed your kids or find a family doctor, you're told to wait. None of these giant changes make our country more secure, independent, or stable. None of them directly address the cost of living crisis. All of them promise corporate welfare for billionaire class and more hardship for the 99%. And here's a video about it from Desmond Cole of The Breach, talking about what this carbon capture clean energy bullshit that Mark Carney is talking about. I'm going to speed up this video just a little bit. It's not terribly long, but it is after 9 and I'm getting pooped. I've been at this for 4 hours now, and I still have one more small docket to go to and one tab on here. So here we go.
As the climate crisis rages, Mark Carney is dangling a shiny object to distract us. Sorry. Rather than aggressively cutting emissions, the Liberals are promising to capture and store them. Sounds good, right? Carbon capture and storage, or CCS, is getting a lot of play right now.
Mark Carney's spring economic update included new tax credits for oil companies to develop the technology.
That's on top of billions that Carney and Justin Trudeau before him have already provided the industry. The problem? The scheme is expensive, has a terrible track record, and in some cases even leads to more emissions. Worst of all, it's being used as a cover for even more fossil fuel production, even as the rest of the world starts to transition. But don't take my word for it. Listen to how Mark Carney himself put it in his book Values back in 2021. There are concerns that carbon capture will be used as a means to justify continued fossil fuel use. Let's explore. Countries around the world, including Canada, have pledged to cut down on emissions that are destabilizing our planet. CCS is a very have your cake and eat it too sort of solution. Instead of simply capping big polluters, the idea is to capture emissions and trap them underground in rock formations or in materials like concrete.
In Canada, we have great natural geology for this, which keeps the carbon safely stored for the long term, out of our air and out of our environment.
But in the 50 years since CCS started being used in one form or another, it has only captured 0.001% of global emissions. Now, for comparison, that's like the weight of one of my fingernails compared with the weight of my entire body. In some cases, oil companies are actually using the carbon they capture to produce more oil. Through a process called enhanced oil recovery, CO2 gets captured and then pumped back into existing oil projects. Pressure from the gas helps to recover more oil from a site. In other words, we're paying oil companies to produce more emissions when they're supposed to be reducing them. The technology takes a long time to build, uses lots of energy, and is extremely expensive, which is why oil companies have been trying to get the public to foot the bill. And if anyone needs government support right now, it isn't oil companies. This year alone, Canadian oil companies are expected to make $60 billion in extra profits because the US-Israel war on Iran is pushing up oil prices.
Right now, profits are plentiful. Sky-high oil prices pushing up revenues for the industry.
We could tax that wealth and put public money toward tested climate solutions that benefit all Canadians, not just
That would be very nice. I would like that very much.
oil companies, like a clean east-west electricity grid, public transit, non-market housing, or renewable energy. So why does Mark Carney keep pushing this tech on behalf of the oil industry? It's likely related to his partnership with Alberta Premier Danielle Smith. The technology allows Carney and Smith to argue that Canada can somehow increase oil production and keep emissions in check at the same time. But this solution is like being told that you're producing too many eggs and then trading a bunch of your eggs for some chickens. You're just feeding the cycle. And the latest wild development in this story, even after oil companies got billions of public dollars to build this distraction, their mouthpieces are now suggesting they may abandon it entirely and do nothing but drill, baby, drill.
Given everything that's changed in the world right now, this is not the time.
Carney is expected to imminently announce plans for a new pipeline from Alberta to the West Coast. But the Prime Minister's pledge to double down on fossil fuel production,
to realize our country's full potential as an energy superpower,
will push us further from the climate targets we need for a more livable future.
So everyone go check out The Breach on YouTube and on their website. Support fantastic progressive journalism. And one more thing here, I'm just going to toss this into the SandBox. So we have from Canadian Climate Institute, MOU with Alberta puts Canada commitment to net zero emissions by 2025 firmly out of reach. So that target was already too far off in the distant future, and now that's not even going to happen. The MOU's agreement's unreasonable compromise on industrial carbon markets and clean electricity regulations, and the implications for weakening policies in other provinces will undermine emissions reductions in Canada's low carbon competitiveness. The final Canadian-Alberta MOU implementation agreement will put Canada's target of net zero of 2025 well out of reach. It also means that Canada will be on a path to achieve its 2030 target to a much later date, creating more than a decade of delay for needed progress. Alberta is home to the biggest carbon market in the country, covering roughly a quarter of all national emissions, while the changes to the province's industrial carbon market may improve on the status quo there. This is the lowest of bars. The MOU agreement, unreasonable compromise on industrial carbon markers and clean electricity regulations, and the implications for weakening policies in other provinces will undermine emission reductions in Canada low carbon competitiveness. So like I said, you can finish reading this one on your own because my voice is starting to give out because I've been at this for a while and it's getting late. And I still have one more small docket to do. Let's go here. Oh, I can close that window. And small docket is split into two topics. One is really bad and horrible. The other one is kind of fun to laugh at. But before we do that, of course, we're going to check the SandBox. Okay. Okay, I saw those. Unfortunately, I do have to skip over a lot of these See, back in the day when I got almost no engagement in the sandbox, I could actually read every single comment. But now I do have to kind of skim and skip over some, unfortunately. But it's always good to see you guys engaging with each other and saying things. It helps in the algorithms the more you engage in the sandbox. Philip Blair, sometimes I feel like dressing in cartoon devil costume, making videos, doing creepy laughs, and talking about how much I love behemoth data centers. Mwahaha, deliciously evil, haha. You know, you could probably do well on YouTube for that. Get Elon Musk to boost you and stuff. You'd be going good. You'd be, you know, you'd be making lots of money at the cost of any principles. That's the thing, us leftists. We're not doing this for money, because if we wanted to make money on YouTube, this ain't the way. There are other ways, and this ain't it. Reference frame says 100, Sandy. Not entirely sure what for, so everything. Hello, Diamond Weight Loss. Welcome to the sandbox. It's been a while. Oh. Philip Blair, oh, good idea. The Wild West. I want to watch that Star Trek movie too. Star Trek 4. I may have it on box set. I think it's 4. Or is it 5? It was cute. It's a good movie. Grand Theft Autobot. So instead of getting the reservations to catch up by giving them access to water, the rest of us are going to lose access to water instead. Good work, conservatoids. Yeah. Philip Blair, surrender indeed sounds like a surrender. It absolutely was. Grand Theft Autobot, fuck's sake, I just had an Ontario is bringing down the cost of living ad. When, where, and how. Reference frame is telling me I'm right, that yes, it's Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home. It was cute. It was cute. They time travel back to the 80s. As in the time that they made it, so they could cut back on set design. Yeah, it's been ages since I've seen that movie. Anyway, so let's just get through the last of this here that I have for you guys. Again, the first story topic I'm going to be covering, it's pretty heavy. And then we're going to transition into something that is a lot more fun and light. I wish there was an easier way of doing this, but the first story, it's important. It's important to cover it, to keep it in the news. But the second story is just, it's fun. And we need a little bit of fun. So let's get to it. There we go. There we go. So things are getting really sucky in the UK. So Owen Jones had tweeted this out, a cause for national shame. This is the rainbow map for LGBTI plus rights across Europe. Until 2015, the UK was top. We've now collapsed down the rankings and worse in Western Europe. We're now near Albania. Spain is number 1 at 89% for this calculation. Let's see, where is Trying to see near the bottom. Yeah, maybe if I make it bigger. There we go. Here we go. Number 22, United Kingdom, at 44%. Reflecting the legal and policy situation for the human rights of lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans, and intersex people in Europe. And he quote tweets himself saying, Britain is now only just above Russia, Hungary on trans rights. We are below Armenia, Romania, Kosovo, Turkey, Serbia, and Belarus. The anti-trans movement has, for now, won a decisive victory in Britain. It will not last. This historic injustice will be rectified. And it's not just, in the UK, as we know. In the US, hate crimes against trans folks are increasing. Laws are being put in place to take away their rights. Even here in Canada, that's happening. Alberta sucks. Saskatchewan sucks for that sort of thing. Luckily, Ontario hasn't touched that subject yet. But yeah, it's getting bad all over the place. And so there was this horrific story that happened down in the States. Rusty was hoping somebody would point this out, and I came across a bunch of tweets covering this subject, and so I found an up-to-date video on it. But just absolutely horrific story from the States. And so 10 million bail set for UW stabbing suspect, family releases. But here we go. Again, content warning. This is a really graphic story.
Accused of murdering a University of Washington student.
Let's start from the beginning.
Accused of murdering a University of Washington student is behind bars on $10 million bail. These are photos of 19-year-old Juniper Blessing, and we are finding out more about that student. Police say he killed. Seattle police say that Blessing was killed in the laundry room at the Norheim Court Apartments, which is off-campus student housing.
So far I haven't seen anything about this, about her being targeted specifically about being a trans woman, but in this day and age, yeah, she was stabbed 40 times.
Court documents say she was stabbed 40 times after 10 p.m. on Sunday. The suspect is 31-year-old Christopher Leahy. Police say his brother tipped them off that the man seen in surveillance photos was Leahy, who then turned himself in to Bellevue police. SPD says Leahy was familiar with UW's campus because he was a former student.
I have friends who live there, and they were really terrified, and they stay over at my place because it was just simply so scary to sleep at that place.
It feels a little scary to be around here at this time, but I'm glad that they found the person.
The Santa Fe New Mexican newspaper reports Blessing graduated from the New Mexico School for the Arts in Santa Fe. It obtained a statement from her family through a Human Rights Alliance, and it reads in part, Juniper's loss not only devastates us, but diminishes the world. Juniper was simply the most amazing human being we have ever known. The governor of New Mexico put out a statement as well, saying that the entire state is grieving her loss.
Just 19 years old. Her life just taken away. And then here we have in Texas, and this is from The Guardian, Texas Children's Hospital to create first detransition clinic and win for Trump. This story is absolutely insane. One of the largest pediatrics hospital in the U.S. will pay state $10 million and stop offering gender-affirming care to youth. One of the largest pediatric hospitals in the U.S. is creating a clinic that officials say will be a place for transgender youth to detransition to the sex they were assigned at birth. I'm sure this is completely what the children want. That the trans children are like, hey, can you sign me up for this? No, they're going to be forced into this. This will be forced on them. The news came on Friday when Texas Children's Hospital reached a settlement agreement with the state's attorney general and the U.S. Justice Department over allegations that the Houston-based medical center billed Texas Medicaid to cover gender-affirming care under false diagnosis codes, among other claims. Along with creating what the Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton has called the nation's first ever detransition clinic, Paxton's office announced that the hospital would also pay the state $10 million and has been encouraged to terminate multiple physicians as part of the agreement. So because some doctors may have, been generous with how they diagnose certain things so that certain people could actually get the treatment they needed, they're being penalized, having to pay $10 million. Some people will lose their jobs. And now they also have to put in a detransition clinic. So trans children that were fortunate enough to actually receive the treatment that they needed could now be forced to detransition in this place. Texas Children will fund all services at the detransition clinic over the first 5 years, and it will be in this American system. It will be free for patients. So Texas Children will fund all services at the detransition clinic over the first 5 years, and it will be free for patients. So in this American healthcare system, if you want to forcibly detransition a child, they'll pay for it. If you want to get your child the treatment that they need, that is on you. But if you want to detransition a child, the state will cover it. That's like free healthcare right there. This fucking socialist. That's what they're doing. They embrace it only when it enacts fascism. The hospital additionally agreed to no longer provide youth with puberty blockers, hormonal therapy, or surgery that helps them align with their gender identity, Paxton's office said. Today is a monumental day in the fight to stop the radical transgender movement, Paxton said in a statement. This historic settlement reflects an institutional and fundamental cultural shift away from radical gender ideology. Under my watch, I will investigate and bring the full force of the law against any Texas hospital that abuses children with harmful medical interventions to transition kids. No, that's the exact opposite. You are harming trans children. This will cause people to die. This will cause children to die. This will cause people to flee the state if they can. Those who can't are forced to stay there. This is just the level of how egregious this is, of how Nazi-like this is, can't be understated. Like, how long before they just start going out and rounding up children that already are being denied access to their health care, but then will be forced into these programs to detransition? How many will be taken away from their families, loving families that are supportive of them, so that they can be forcibly detransitioned? Let's see. So Texas previously banned hormonal therapy and gender-affirming surgery for children in 2023. Gender-affirming surgery for children, not a thing. Maybe some top surgery, but that also is more common in cisgender children than it is in trans children. The Justice Department on Friday announced the settlement was the first resolution in its investigation into gender-affirming care for youth. In a statement, the department said that it would continue to pursue medical providers and pharmaceutical companies that provide gender-affirming care for minors. Yep, they'll seek them out. The Justice Department will use every weapon at its disposal to end destructive and discredited practice of so-called gender-affirming care for children, the acting U.S. attorney told Tom Blanche. Sarah, a Texas mother who asked her last name not be used, told The Guardian for a March 2025 article that her trans daughter greatly benefited from receiving gender-affirming care. At the time, Sarah and her daughter, using the pseudonym Raven, flew to Colorado every 6 months for Raven to receive gender-affirming services because of Texas's ban. She feels more like herself, Sarah said of Raven. If she didn't have it, I don't think she would choose to stay alive. I'll toss this article into the SandBox. Absolutely horrific. I think we need to take a beat before we go on to a more fun story, because that was just horrible. But, you know, it won't be long before they're forcibly transitioning children. You know, it's not the parents that are forcibly transitioning their kids. It's going to be the government that will forcibly choose medical care for children. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Okay, let's see. Philip Blair saying, I'm surprised Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania aren't better because I thought those 3 Baltic countries wanted to be more like Scandinavia, Finland, and Iceland. Grand Theft Autobot, a clinic to detransition Trump supporters? Now that's a good idea. I'd get behind that one. It's not even like you have to forcibly detransition them as it is forcibly educate them. And I'm not even talking about like re-education. I'm just talking about education. The Wild West says my pronouns are they, them. Ah. Check out this non-binary flag. And I will try to keep that in mind. Philip Blair says Michelangelo used to say radical a lot on Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I'm sure it was a different context. The Wild West saying this will be about policing gender expression in all people, ultimately, and the removal of women's rights. Absolutely. Philip Blair, Texas has been historically nasty in banning legal access to PTSD treatments with psychedelic-assisted therapy. So much for support our troops, or we care about crime victims. True. Okay. How about we end the stream, hopefully before 5 hours is done, so I can have a break, relax. Tomorrow is a holiday, apparently. Which means I'm not going to go to the gym tomorrow. I went 4 days last week, so I'll go 4 days this week, but it'd be Tuesday to Friday, because going to the gym on a holiday, a whole bunch of people who normally can't get there during the week because of work are all crammed in there at the same time, and it's not good. Not good. And they also have like reduced hours and all that sort of bullshit. So anyway, let's end with a bit of a fun story about the absolute snowflakes that conservatives are. Like, they right-wingers, biggest snowflakes. I have a tattoo of a snowflake. Right-wingers don't need the tattoo because they just are. So, from CBC News. CBC called out for role in prank interviews of Kamloops residential school grave critics. And by that they mean residential school deniers. They deny the death of children on residential schools. So, some conservative politicians condemn use of taxpayer dollars to prank people. No. 2 women say they were targeted, they say, by a CBC and APTN produced comedy series that conducted prank interviews with people who have expressed controversial opinions about Canada's residential schools. No, these are residential school deniers. Those aren't controversial opinions. They're fucking Nazi positions. Frances Widdowson and Lindsay Shepherd, 2 public figures who have been critical of the coverage of possible unmarked graves. Fuck off with your language, CBC. Like, here's CBC, who is part of this, but still so tiptoeing around that language. possible unmarked graves. No, we know there were unmarked graves. At the former Kamloops Indian Residential School site in BC, shared social media posts this week detailing how they were tricked into prank interviews for the CBC to practice in that I think is disgraceful, Whittleson told CBC News in an interview from Calgary. Both say they were targets of a comedy series, Northland Tales, according to the website of the Indigenous Screen Office, a national advocacy and funding organization serving First Nations, Inuit, and Métis creators of screen content. Northland Tales is an unscripted half-hour comedy series where an Indigenous activist trio uses pranks as a form of social action, in the vein of Borat and the Yes Men. I want to see this. I so want to see this. With outrageous humor, they flip the script on modern and historical injustices against Indigenous peoples, offering a fresh, timely perspective on the prank genre, says the ISO, which contributed to funding to the series. The series, which, in case you were wondering, has not aired yet, is a co-production between the CBC and the Aboriginal Peoples Television Network, APTN. I so want to see this. I want to see this. I can't wait for this to come out. In May 2021, the Tecumseh First Nation shared that preliminary findings from a ground-penetrating radar survey indicated there could be around 200 potential unmarked graves on the grounds of the former Kamloops Indian Residential School. Whittleson has referred to the discovery of suspected graves in Kamloops as hysteria, and the only way to know whether there are remains at the site is through excavation. In 2022, Whittleson was fired as a professor at the Mount Royal University in Calgary, partly over her criticism of what she called dominant residential school narratives. She was fired over residential school denialism. That's like denying genocide, is what she did. An arbiter later ruled that the decision to fire Whittleson was disproportionate, even if her conduct did warrant discipline. No, I'm good. You know, if there's a teacher out there that is denying the horrors of residential schools, they probably shouldn't be in a teaching position. Just saying. So she told CBC News she was approached in March of this year and asked to be part of a docu-series by an organization that called itself Forge Media. Whittleson said that earlier this month they paid to fly her to Vancouver, where she was told she would be interviewed about how historical figures were portrayed. She said she was also told an actor dressed as Canada's first Prime Minister, Sir John A. Macdonald, would join her and talk about how difficult it is to portray him and other historical figures in this day and age. Well, anyone could have played him because really all you need is a sheet and a hood. Whittleson said the interviewer in the studio was dressed in a very strange outfit and blonde wig and asked her very softball questions. Somewhere between the half-hour and hour mark of the interview, she said, 2 Aboriginal men walked in and dumped a whole bunch of children's shoes on the coffee table in front of her. All part of some kind of setup. She was set up, she claims. Set up. She said at the point, the interviewer and the 2 men began glaring at her. And that's when I knew that not only were they trying to sabotage the interview, that the interviewer was in on it. And it was all part of some kind of setup, she said. Oh no. How dare my residential school denialism of the death of all these children be pointed out? No. Whittleson said she started asking if the shoe dumped was an attempt to make a comparison to the Holocaust and whether that was appropriate. Yeah. She said she tried to talk to them, but they just glared. So she decided to use her cell phone to live stream the experience to social media. Look at what they're doing to me. I was going to show this, but she spent over 10 minutes doing this, playing the victim. She says, my interrogation of Mr. Smari, a setup made by a made-up company called Forge Media, which pretended that I would be doing an interview for a docuseries. This outfit is evidently connected in some way to the CBC. But yeah, look at those are the shoes of yeah, that represent the dead children of residential schools. Mm-hmm. No, I think it's fine to do that. She said she began live streaming some of the people's involvement in the interview and walked out of the studio. First, I'm going to make content on this by filming you guys filming me, not Karen behavior at all, and then I'm going to storm out after I get a certain amount of likes and views. Widowson said she continued to interrogate one of the people involved, asking him what this was all about, who was paying for it, and how much it cost. She said he told her it was a social experiment and that Indigenous people were paying for it. Yeah, they paid for it. Satirical prank used by broadcasters, CBC. Neither APTN nor any of the producers connected with Northland Tales could be reached for comment. Good, I don't want any more spoilers. Chuck Thompson, a spokesperson for CBC, confirmed that the comedy series Northland Tales is an early production for the CBC Entertainment and APTN, but that CBC News and APTN News have no involvement in the production or prior knowledge of it. Skip down a bit. Widowson said the pranking genre usually goes after those in power who are wielding the power in a way that is oppressive. I've seen this happen with numerous individuals, and it can be quite funny when I'm not the target and a liberating thing to watch, but I don't think that's what's going on here. Not when it's me. She suggested the CBC should not be using public money to target citizens who are dissidents. So, not the only one. Last year, Shepherd was fired from her job as communications officer for the BC Conservative Caucus following a post on X, which she called the Orange Survivor flag, which honors residential school survivors, a disgrace and a fake flag. On Tuesday, Shepherd posted on X that she had been interviewed in February by a production group with what I know now has a fake name and a fake identity about her book, A Day with Sir John A. She said the group connected her with a fake company, which she said hired her to perform consulting work for them. I just need a moment for this to load up. I found out recently that I was deceived by social activists in an elaborate scheme dating back to January. A production group with what I now know has a fake name and fake identities gave me a friendly interview about my book, A Day with Sir John A. and about Sir John A. MacDonald back in February. They connected me with a fake company called Heritage Figure Canada with a fake website and hired me to perform consulting work for them. We had what I now know were fake meetings, fake documents, fake commercial shoots, fake prototype of Sir John A. collectible. I can't wait to see this. Then in the second filmed interview last week, they turned on me. And it was revealed to have been a setup in order to demonize Sir John A. and smear me. It turns out this taxpayer-funded CBC and APTN project. There was so much more. I will make a video. They also deceived Frances Widowson. I am going to make content out of this. A little bit more on that. John Rustad, right-wing nut job, says skeptics like Widowson are not denying deaths at residential schools. They are insisting on forensic verification for extraordinary claims that drove national policy, church burnings and vandalism, monument topplings, and billions in spending and reparations. Excuse me, what? There's been reparations to Indigenous peoples here? That's news. Ground-penetrating radar detects soil disturbances such as roots, pipes, oil irrigation systems, animal bones, or possible graves. However, it does not identify bodies, their ages, or causes of death. After half a decade and expenditure of significant public money, the absence of exhumation and DNA evidence is noteworthy, not denialism. Using public broadcaster funds for deceptive pranks to mock people who are asking for evidence while the original narrative remains unverified looks like a narrative protection rather than journalism or reconciliation. It erodes trust in institutions that are supposed to inform the public rather than propagandize. National Post, you'd never guess whose side they're on. Amy Ham, CBC's latest propaganda, pranking Kamloops graves. Skeptics. Public broadcasters spending tax dollars to try and shame those who point to the narrative is unverified. Yeah, tries to shame those residential school denial lizards. Denial lizards? That's a word now. It's now denial lizards. And the Surf's just saying, an Indigenous production crew pranked a bunch of residential school denialists, and now they're trying to make comedy illegal. Well, here is legal comedy. So Aaron Gunn, another right-wing nut job from BC, says, "Today I sent a letter to the CBC Ombudsman demanding an explanation and accountability for the use of taxpayer money to mislead, deceive, and lie to Canadian citizens, including members of Parliament, in attempts to trick them into participating in fake documentary smearing the reputation of Canada's first Prime Minister. I look forward to her response." Now, I don't know if many people know, but if you go back to the fake documentary, What is a Woman? There were people who were defending trans people and stuff on there that when you watch them, they still seem reasonable because they actually believe in what they're doing. You know, you can ask them about things. They'll talk to you about it. They know their information, all that sort of stuff. And they might be a bit disappointed, but in the end, they don't look like assholes because they're on the right side of the issue. And the only way that they would look bad is if the people making it manipulated the footage and stuff. But yeah, you see, if somebody tried to call me for a prank interview, you would just get a whole lot of socialist policies spewed your way. That's about it. I wouldn't be ashamed of those socialist policies either. I wouldn't be then like, shucks darn, they were trying to prank me, because, well, that would be obvious. Somebody calling me for an interview, but anyway. And so then here's Aaron Gunn, who did the very intelligent thing of this, which I also suspect is photoshopped. Because you see this gray background, the highlights and stuff, versus the lighting on his face is not quite the same. And yes, I did the thing of zooming in really close and examining, and I'm like, okay, this is fucking photoshopped. He wasn't actually standing there. That's a really plain, boring background to Photoshop yourself in. I'm just saying, I'm fairly certain that he Photoshopped himself into that. So it is only fair that we also get to Photoshop it. And this is from Rachel Gilmore. So that note that he says, I demand comedy be made illegal in Canada. Also, I might be pooping right now. If you are dumb enough to put yourself up like this, it's kind of like Ben Shapiro and that slab of wood that he was so bravely carrying, you deserve ridicule. Let's just see. There were more of these. Unless they hid them. There we go. Oh, no, that's Rachel Gilmore's. Oh, come on. There were more of them when I scrolled through earlier. There's one. Oh, what happened to them? Are they hiding them? They might be hiding them. Because there was a lot more of those memes. Why do you look like you just shat yourself? But also signs of photoshopping is that there's white in between the hair. If this wasn't Photoshop, because, you know, the hair can be a bit reflective and look white depending on the lighting, but when it's white in between the hair too, because yes, I looked at it that closely. Maybe it's in the quote tweets. Let's check that. There were some good ones in here. Let's see, view quote tweets. Oh, what does this douche canoe have to say? I can't believe how bad the CBC managed to screw this up, anti-conservative prank show they were trying to pull off. Every single conservative targeted is now making a ton of content about it. I think it could become a huge scandal. Whatever. Is Rachel's? The Surf saying the far right are softer than shit and want to make comedy illegal because they can't handle a joke. Yeah, that sounds about right. Come on, there were more. This is so memeable. There were a lot more memes on this. Come on. Oh, there's one. A Sasquatch with boobies? They're big into boobies. This one just says, I demand comedy be made. Oh, that's Rachel's. Yep. I guess that's a picture of himself. Fairly decent photoshopping job, too. Damn. Because that's a different size than the sheet of paper. Don't need to see that one. Big booty something. Is that the Jetsons car? I think that's the Jetsons car. Oh, come on. There has to be so many more memes. Anyway. Let's just say there's lots of quote tweets. That one also, yeah. Feel that. Anyway, that is it for today. Close those tabs. Let's see what people are saying in the sandbox. Grand Theft Autobot saying APTN comedy was made contain nuts. I missed that show, lol. I knew of an improv troupe called, they named themselves May Contain Nuts. Philip Blair, Francis Widdowson is speaking out against comedy? The Wild West oppressed with shoes. Philip Blair saying, I tried to talk to Francis Wilson about residential schools and Tibetan religion of China, worried that she may be unwittingly tool extreme hardline communism. I don't know what that means. The Wild West saying, my uncle is writing a book about Sir John A. I should. It'd be fun. Let's see. Oops. Oh. Philip Blair saying, if our schools had been residential schools where I couldn't escape overnight and on weekends and in the summer, I don't think I would have survived. Grand Theft Autobot, says Sandy. That looked more like the Homer, the car Homer designed for Unsee Herb. Looks like the Jetsons car to me. But you're saying it's a Simpsons car. Anyway. Oh. I'll just show off my tulips again. Because why not? So these are the pride tulips I made. These are trans tulips. See? More trans tulips. Then we have a bisexual tulip. And a pansexual tulip. You don't think $30 is asking too much for these, do you? But tomorrow I'm going to be taking pictures of all my new paintings so that I can get them posted on social medias and hopefully get an outline together for some larger drawings I'm doing. And by larger, I mean 8x10s. Hopefully I can get all the painting I want to get done on time for the vending markets. But yeah, there's some others that I want to do that are a bit bigger, like a 10x10, but we'll see. I'll have to see how time goes. If there's enough time, I want to do like another batch of the Canada Pride flag and the inclusive Pride flag. I'm just worried that I'm pouring all of this work into it and I won't sell anything. And then I'll just be stuck with like a bazillion paintings and nowhere to put them because I don't need them. The Wild West, it's Tulip Festival here. Shame Sandy isn't in the capital region. Yeah, I'm going to have to, well, I'll be posting them on my social medias, but so far I haven't gotten an order for any of my artwork over social media, but then again, I haven't gotten an order for my artwork, so. And eventually I want to get them up on my website too, so people know that they can make custom orders, because, you know, pick a pride flag, pick a symbol to go on it. Do you want your symbol, like the pride symbol, an infinity heart, another type of heart kind of filled in, like these two. Yeah, we'll see. Oh, so I have a lot of work to do over the next little while. Anyway, why don't I check to see if there's anybody YouTubing right now I want to pass you guys on to. Because I'm pooped. Oh, it looks like Lucy Hayes may be live right now. Okay, let's see. I have to make this big so I can see the edit button. There we go. Customization. Redirect. Add. Oh my god, Jank is on YouTube right now live? Bill Maher calls everyone anti-Semites and gets humiliated by his own audience. It would almost be funny to raid him. Get him aware of me. I've come, you know, like, oh right, I remember her. Nah, we're going to raid Lucy Hayes. I won't be online after I sign off, so everyone please say hi to Lucy for me. She's a trans content creator, so please subscribe and help support her. But I need to relax, have dinner, get off of this, just watch some Supernatural. I'm up to season 13. So only 2.5 more seasons to go. But thank you everyone for coming out. Thank you, mods. Please, if you can, help support my content through Patreon or becoming a member, checking out my Amazon wish list and getting purchases there, because I have to do a bunch of big purchases right now, as in I have 2 vending events I need to pay for the tables at, as well as I need to get a tent for my table because they're outdoor events. So I need one of those tents that go over the table, but one with walls, to help if there's any wind or rain, because my artwork is very vulnerable to that. Like at the Pride Festival, I can rent a tent for the same price as buying one. So, also, can't wait to get back to that, but I need to finish that TYT essay. I did put a tiny bit of work into it this week, but the priority right now is the painting. But I did put a tiny bit of work into that. I just think I have one more part to go, and I just need to get it done. I just need to get it done. Bobby is saying for me to check out I don't know what that is. Philip Blair. That's a lot of Supernatural. Yeah. 23 episodes in a season, and it's 15 seasons long. And I watch like 2 to 5 episodes a day. It's a good way to escape. It's a good way to escape. But yeah, please, if you can, support my content, especially now because I've had the extra expenses of trying to get tables together. Say hi to Lucy for me. I won't be tuning in. I'll just be sending you all off to her. But yeah, super appreciate you all coming out. My next live stream will be Wednesday on this space, and then probably the following Sunday for news live stream. Also, check out my live stream from Wednesday, both on this space, and I did a video, a live stream with Dr. Mark Allenderry to talk about the hantavirus, something he knows a lot about. So, with all of that, I'll do the thing. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.